Crown Bet is back in the game, built for the big moments in racing and sport, from a name you know. Bet with Crown Bet today.
Chances are you're about to lose.
Progress. It's relentless. Earned by pushing forwards through the setbacks and the wins, all for an opportunity that others might miss. Two worlds driven by performance, guided by data, insights, and feel. It's never just a move, it's a mindset. Because better never settles.
Welcome back to the 2026 Aussie Millions as presented by CrownBet. You are watching the final table of the 5K Challenge No Limit Hold'em. So we started with 464 players and now there are only 6 players remaining, which means the next place finisher will receive $87,000 and change. But the first prize is $482,000, and of course we will explain the payouts, but they are jumping every time. So every single time a player busts out now, it means more money for the rest. And that creates an interesting dynamic and that changes the way they play. We've got some amazing players. So you see Joe Antar, who's the big stack with nearly 40 million. Vincent Wan, our former champion with 20 million. Michael Tomney, who is a really experienced player. He's the short stack at the table. So we go straight to the action here with Vincent and Michael Gathy, a decorated player at the moment, going into a hand. I'm joined by a young colt, a much better version of myself named Jackson Young. Welcome, Jackson.
Thanks for having me, Paul. How's it going?
Yeah, good. We've talked a little bit about your knowledge of these players, and I think that's where we're going to go and find out. But Michael, who seems really quiet in the first half of this final table because he didn't really have a lot of hands, started to come alive. And Michael now with 14 million and a bit of ascendancy, and Vincent going back. So we go to a turn. It is a King of Hearts. We rejoin the action. Some real shift changes in momentum. So Joe Antar was really dominating the table for a while, really accumulating chips. A really great story is Jennifer, who was also one of the short stacks and has now ascended to just over 16 million. Michael sat really patiently. He's built it up to 16 million. So Cale Burns and Joe Antar were really the dominant forces at this table. A jack on the river giving Vincent the best hand. A pot of about 5.5 million. Action on Vincent. Reaches for chips. And makes a bet of 1.1 million, so what you would call a value bet.
Yeah, he's gone quite thin on this river. Just expecting Michael to hopefully call with some worse hands here, but yeah, he has gone very, very small for some value, which is nice.
So when you say thin, you mean value. When you say thin, you're trying to get the other player to call, right? That's what the player
correct.
wants you to do.
So when you have a hand that isn't the nuts or a very, very strong hand, you can sometimes just bet quite a bit smaller than I guess you usually would if you had a big hand, and usually you want to extract some value from some weaker hands, and unfortunately did get the fold there, but that is the premise with the thin value bets.
Yeah, it's one of those times where knowing the science between those bets and the interconnecting, you're an accomplished player yourself. I heard you being very self-deprecating last night, not putting a lot of tickets on yourself, which is very good advice in this industry. But when you look at this final 6, what do you see? You know, who is it that stands out to you?
Yeah, this is a star-studded lineup for sure. I mean, obviously the first name that rings out is Kale, who is, you know, the first or if not the second best player probably in Australian history. Obviously not playing as much as he probably used to back in the day, but when he comes down to play these big events, he always seems to final table everything, and he's one that would be very, very scary and intimidating to play against for sure.
And look at this, Cale Burns opening with a raise of 1.2 million, and Vincent Wan, who we saw just picked up a pot, has picked up pocket kings in the small blind. So, and now looks like he's counted out a raise here, asking the question of Kale. Makes it 4 mil to go. Back to Kale now. Michael will no doubt get out of the way. Kale in early position, making an open. Kale very active, right? So he was really aggressive. And he's maintained that momentum through the lead up to this final table. He's always been mixing it up and opening lots of pots and not being too stubborn. So you can see why Kale's where he is. But he's got an interesting hand here. So looks like he's counting out a call, and we're going to see a flop. So the pot has built very nicely. You can start to see 9.2 million in the middle. And we've got a two stacks of very similar size against each other. Here comes the flop. Jack 4-5 flop. So what are you thinking straight away?
Yeah, so if I'm Kale in this spot, being 3-bet with a hand like pocket eights is not nice. Obviously, we are in position, but just having 2 8s on this board, it's going to make us put in a really, really tough spot if he starts betting, 2 streets or 3 streets.
So what you're saying essentially is pocket eights will feel pretty comfortable on that board, right?
It will on this board. However, if we see Vincent put some more aggression on in further streets, a hand like pocket eights becomes a little bit gross, and maybe, this is why it's very hard
to shrink,
yeah,
right?
and this is why being the aggressor. So let's say Vincent was bluffing instead of having a hand like pocket kings. It makes it a lot tougher, and it makes it good for Vincent to start bluffing these hands. But Kale with pocket eights, I assume, would probably like this flop quite a bit. Only 1 overcard. He probably would love to have a heart in his hand just for some extra outs on the turns and rivers.
We're building a pot here. Kale calls, and the turn a 7 of spades. So this is starting to get quite expensive. 16 million in the middle. The 7 of spades probably doesn't change a lot in Kale's thinking in terms of the strength of his hand. And the action is on Vincent with pocket kings, and he's counting out another bet. So this is going to be a really important pot.
Yeah, obviously Kale does pick up some extra outs in the form of a 6 with a gut shot, but once again, if Vincent starts putting a lot of aggression...
Like that, he moves all in. He simply says, sorry, Kale, it's a decision for all your stack. Did that surprise you?
It did. I don't think it's necessarily bad. It's definitely fine. Vincent's a very accomplished player, so he knows what he's doing. But I think the all-in size, it does make it look a little bit like he's trying to buy the pot and bluff.
Something like ace, king of hearts.
Yeah, something like that. Or, even just like ace, queen of spades or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Trying to get a fold from Kale. This would be a crazy call from Kale just because of the pot. I know it's not a big deal, but ideally you don't want a spade now just because, you want Vincent to have some more spades just to be bluffing. So, yeah, this is a dicey spot. I actually think Kale potentially could have folded pre-flop, if you want me to be honest, but I think Kale's a bit more experienced than I am.
Well,
in these
I'll let
spots.
you pick that up with Kale later.
I'll make sure to text him about it. I'm sure he knows what he's doing.
Over the years, players do have a tendency to come over and talk to you about it. So now, Kale, look at that. He hasn't thrown the cards away. He's just sort of got this very interesting body language. We haven't seen Kale sort of this direct and look, and he looks almost like he's seated in a thinking position. He's going to take his time. Now, there is only 30 seconds to act. They do have extra time cards, but it is for all the chips, right? So Vincent Wan is all in, and Kale throws it away. That is a huge amount of chips in that hand. So Joe Antar sits atop. Vincent Wan with a real big pot there, now climbing to 31. You can see what that's done. Kale's now, for the first time, down to 15 million. That's a huge hand. So momentum shifts. Let's talk about that, because we haven't really talked about it. We talked a little bit about Michael and Jennifer waiting and getting there. Someone like Michael Tomney, that is, who's been waiting the short stack the whole time, is still there when most people would have thought he would have busted. He's a really experienced player. He's been around a long time.
It can get frustrating being a short stack, especially in a spot where we're playing for almost $500,000 and you just want the cards to come your way. But as I've mentioned before, you're never out. You know, one double up, he's back to 20 big blinds and he's sitting very comfortably, only 5 big blinds behind Kale and Jennifer and Michael, so you're never out of it.
Well, let's see how Kale responds now, because some of these players, they're real machine-like, but it's really hard to remove, yourself when you lose a big pot, right?
It can get frustrating, especially, it's very rare in Australia that you can play a tournament for this size and to win this much money, right? So you want everything to go your way, and naturally when it doesn't go your way, you're going to be quite upset, and you have to do what you can to block out that noise and block out those thoughts and just try to play the best poker that you can.
Joe Antar raising it up with a weak ace. Folds around to Kale. Looks down. Kale doesn't look like he's going anywhere. This would be a very interesting call out of the big blind. Bit of defend. He has defended his big blind quite a lot. He does like to let him know, and he can play such a wide range of hands, and he's going to make the call, so we're going to see a flop. So Joe Antar with 32 million in chips. Kale Byrne now with 13 million, trying to make something happen to recover. Flop is Jack 6. That's no help to Kale. Joe with the ace, and Kale checks.
Yeah, it's not ideal for Kale, obviously. Does have the 6 of hearts working for him, but yeah, I think it's a little bit dicey to continue here. So if he was going to, obviously it would be with a raise instead of a call, but I think he's probably just going to put this one in the muck quite quickly.
Yeah. Kale checks. Joe bets. Over to Kale, who still hasn't released his hand. Kale thinking now.
So the thing I think that Kale would be thinking is, as we can see at the top, is Joe is our chip leader, so he's going to be over-aggressive here, and...
Wow. Well, Kale's still getting involved and he calls, so we go to the turn. And it is maybe floating here, waiting for an opportunity.
Yeah, he has devious intentions in his hand for sure.
And we're waiting for the turn card.
That,
it is,
wow.
What a turn card that is.
Yeah.
And he quickly checks to see if he can get the free card on the turn.
This is crazy. So I think if Joe bets here, Kale might want to semi-bluff this hand all in and put max pressure on Joe, and to try get him to fold a hand like the hand that he actually has, like a weak ace or something like that. But as you can see, Kale has 4 high, and he's got over a third of the equity. So
well, Joe, who's been prolific in his betting, is going to continue to put pressure on Kale. That's pretty impressive, I must say. So he bets 2.2 million now. Kale's stack much thinner than it was. He throws a time card in. I'm sure he's shuffling them, actually. He's not.
He's just trying to work out how many he's got, because he knows this could be a big hand in the tournament, which it definitely is.
Well, Kale Byrne's definitely been consistent and strong and recovery and machine-like, but that last hand is, I don't know if I want to use the word shaken him, but it's definitely created a situation where Kale has now called a flop bet with very little and turned outs, and now he's in the face of a bet of 2.2 million, pot about 6.8 now. Can he call here?
He can definitely call, and he can definitely raise. Folding's out of the question. We just have such a nice draw, and he does go for raise.
Wow, Kale Byrne's. He raises to 4.6 million, and look at that. That has brought about an applause from the commentary box. Kale Byrne's,
yeah,
you are the man at the moment. 19.5 million, really recovering there. Really putting on some. That's a really impressive play.
It is, and I was going to say it before, but I think what he's thinking is, because Joe's the chip lead, he's going to be overly aggressive, right? So obviously 4 high is not a good hand, but because he's being overly aggressive, it means he's betting too much, and that means I can potentially make a bluff on the turn or a bluff on the river, and Kale, I would assume, thinks he has a skill advantage over probably everyone, let alone everyone in Australia. So when he defends these hands and makes these weird lines, he probably realised that he's going to be able to pick up a read on something with its bet sizing, or whether it's a way someone shuffles their chips or something like that. So yeah, he has picked up a nice pot there, and now back nearly at 20 million in chips.
There's some real poker being played here as we try and give away essentially a prize pool of 2.1 million total. Amazing field. First prize of 480,000, but of course it's quite a big jump, right? So next place finisher 87,000, which is an enormous amount of money, but these guys, they really want, you know, if you're there, you really give yourself a chance of winning $500,000. A big difference. Wow. Vincent Wan has picked up pocket tens raised, and Cale Burns, who's been in the papers in the last few hands, as they say, has picked up the nuts.
This is why it pays to be aggressive like Kale, because no one believes you, right? So now you pick up a hand like pocket aces, and it's very hard. It's going to be very hard for Vincent to get away from this hand. Pocket tens obviously is such a strong hand. You're playing an aggressive opponent who likes to bluff.
And he's going to raise and try and induce a re-raise, right? And that might happen. So Jennifer will get out of the way.
I would be very surprised if Vincent didn't love his hand and go with it here.
And Vincent with 30 million in chips. Cale has climbed up and he's still got 15 million behind him. This is going to be a really important hand in the context of how this tournament finishes. And he moves all in, and it's a snap call. So it is all in, as you suspected. Here we go, aces versus tens, and Cale Burns with the opportunity to take the chip lead or be there or thereabouts, but he's got to feign a 10. Or Vincent Wan can eliminate him. And the flop, a deuce, an ace, an 8 and a 6, 2 spades. No help. Ace ahead. The turn, a king of clubs. Only one card to come, 2 outs. And it is a deuce of clubs. So Cale Burns will double through Vincent Wan, who's done very well. And look at that. Cale Burns, who went very quickly to 15 million, is back up to 40. And Vincent Wan, who was one of the chip leaders for some time, is now down to 12. And just like that, momentum changes.
Yeah, and that's what shifts in tournaments. And as I said, we were talking about Michael just before. Doesn't matter your chip stack, anything can happen, and in 2 or 3 hands you can go from a middle stack or the shorter stack to potentially one of the chip leaders. And especially in a tournament of this magnitude, it's just such a great spot to be in for Kale when he, you know, he's been over aggressive in a lot of spots, as you mentioned before, finding a hand with aces, and Vincent unfortunately gets, I would say, cooler in that spot for sure.
Now, cooler meaning, come on, explain to the aspiring Aussie Millions champions that are listening to the broadcast that really want to get to, you know, you're a player, you're out there, you're working your game, you know you've got the talent, but there's a layer of technical ability that those players really want to feel comfortable to know before they come here and play at this tournament. What is it about that layer that is so difficult to learn? You know what I mean? How long does it take for a player to go from, I'm a really good poker player, but should I play the Aussie Millions? Am I good enough?
Yeah, I think, honestly, that like anyone can do it. And as we've seen with so many big players in the past, like specifically Chris Moneymaker, but I think he bought in for $100 or $40.
40. I remember interviewing him about it, and he was the most unassuming guy.
Yeah.
Really unassuming.
And he won the main event, obviously, for $2.5 million. So I think when you're new and wanting to play, firstly, anyone can win. And it is a game of skill, obviously, as we all know, but there is an element of luck involved, and there's no strategy that's right and wrong. If something works for you and something works for someone else, they both can be good strategies. And you know, it's going to be very hard to get to, you know, the technical level of someone like a Kale. But if you find something that works for you, you can definitely come in and just, you know, play well, and run deep in a tournament like the Aussie Millions.
Well, I'll tell you what, you want to do some research, and you want to look back at the history, and to validate your point, you go back and look at the hand between Chris Moneymaker and Sam Farhar on that final table, where he takes one of the most experienced players in poker at the time and puts a bluff on him.
I remember that
at the
hand,
final
actually,
table,
yeah.
and that was really pivotal, right, in the context of him winning the World Series, which blew the world up because he paid $40 to get in there, and come on.
Famous name.
A surname like Moneymaker is just
It
when
beats
you
Young
tell
for
people
sure.
that story. I can't. This room really confuses me. I'm surrounded by beauty and awe. And when I say that, I see Van Marcus, who's reaching across and saying, "G'day, good to see you." Ran very deep in this tournament, expecting big things from Van in the main event, let me tell you. We're in a hand here between Vincent and Kale, who were just swapped over nearly 15 million in chips. And Vincent this time with King Queen has flopped top pair. Kale with an interesting 10-8 of diamonds, so he's flopped a straight draw. How's Kale going to play this?
I think he's going to raise, to be honest with you. He has a 3 to a flush as well, so it can make for a way to just maneuver the hand.
And Kale with the button. He's been involved in almost every hand here. Makes the call. We go to the turn. Doesn't help him. 2 of clubs. Bit of a brick.
Yeah, and I think Vincent's going to be pretty happy with his hand here. Only having 9 million in chips now, and the pot is 7 million, so...
It gives him the free card.
Yeah, he's checking for deception here for sure.
Kale really taking his time, and he checks behind. He's going to take the free card and hope he spikes that straight on the river.
Wow.
And look at that. Incredible.
Wow.
Incredible. Incredible. I always look up at these times and think somebody is up there orchestrating this. It never gets old. He's now river to straight. We've seen what's happened between these two players where he's just picked up aces against Vincent's 10s and doubled up. What's going to happen now? Nearly 7 million in the pot. Vincent with 9 million behind. And wow, Vincent, what's the bet here? We're going to confirm. I thought for a second he might have moved all his chips in.
Yeah, I believe it's 4 million. There we go. So
Kale now.
Yeah.
Clearly
Obviously,
checking
Yeah.
his river is straight.
Obviously going to raise here, and Vincent's going to be put in a very tough spot with, once again, a very aggressive player that's capable of pulling off some nice bluffs.
Jeez, what
But,
a
yeah.
river card that is.
When it's your day, it's your day.
Kale now just waiting to release the trap. He throws in a time card. Theatre.
the
We've
story,
seen a bit of
yeah.
theatre on the final table. We've seen some of this. It's part of the allure of the game, I must say.
It is more, poker is more than just playing your cards. There's an element of, trying to trick your opponents in some tells and some timing and
I'm
that.
too honest, Jackson.
Yeah.
That's why I'm sitting
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
And Kale now, I'm sensing just about to release the trap. There it goes. He moves Vincent all in, so Vincent now has to put the rest of his chips into the middle. A big decision. Look at this. Oh, you can just see it. Vincent, who's really been stoic this whole tournament, very, very hard to pick a read off him. Defending champion. He must feel pretty sick right now. What could he possibly have? And the truth is, he wouldn't be picking up a gutter on the river, right?
And he calls,
And he makes the call. So let's have a look. Oh wow! And the face of Vincent Wan, who had 30 million in chips about 5 minutes ago,
Yeah.
has gone bang bang with Kale Burns, and he has completely eliminated him. Mind you, Michael Tomini, who was the short stack,
Hey.
has just gone up a pay jump. So Vincent Wan in 6th place. Amazing. A great run, but that would have been well below his expectations at 87,000 on payout. And Kale Burns now with all the ascendancy, and his stack is now over 50 million in chips. He's going to be very hard to stop, especially when he's running like that.
When there's a player of his caliber and they're running like that, it's going to be very, very hard for him not to win the tournament. And
Agree with some of that chat there. Michael Tomini making so much money by just folding. He's gone the short stack for the last few, and we've seen this, and then he could get his run just like Jennifer and Michael did. And all of a sudden, the next place finisher is going to get $108,000. So quite a remarkable run from Michael Tomini, considering he's been basically card dead this whole final table, and he's made it last. Kale Burns You can see the shadow of the stack.
Yeah, it's that's a lot of chips and a lot of different colours.
Kale now, with lots to spend, raising it up.
Yeah, Jennifer specifically is going to be wanting to be probably the most tight out of all players here, because when there is a short stack like Michael, you're sort of hoping that he busts next, right?
Yeah, right.
And as we can see, the pay jumps that are down there.
It's over 30,000, right?
Yeah, the next one's 33,000 almost. So, as they've alluded to in the comments, when people fold and other people bust, you actually make money by folding, which is a weird sort of way to think about poker.
But you got to, when you're playing at this level, it's about return on investments.
Exactly right. And look at the pay jumps. They're getting really big, towards even third and second is so big, and these middling stacks really don't want to, I guess, tango or flip for it, because they'd rather just let other people bust. So there's going to be a bit of a masterclass, I think, here from Kale, just now having a big stack, understanding the dynamic now, knowing that all of these players, Jennifer, Michael and Joe, are really just going to be hoping that Michael busts really, really quickly.
Kale now electing to fold, a rare occasion for the last half an hour. He's pretty much been at the centre of the action. I wonder whether Vincent is out in the corridor wondering whether he should have bet the turn against him and blocked him. But to be fair, checking to trap around to Michael, who has done really well, and he's probably the player that I think in the background you just wouldn't want to have chips, because he's got that sort of huge background. Really dangerous player, even though he looks so friendly and kind. Actually, all of them do, to be fair. folds over to Joe, who's got an ace in his hand, and he's the small blind against Michael.
Yeah, this would be, I believe, good enough to go all in and try get Michael to fold, and if he calls, he only does have 5 million in chips.
Joe Antar with 28 million. First half of this final table, it was his, really. He was the table captain, owned all the action, raising all the time. And he moves all in, so over to Michael now, who's been really disciplined. Michael with pocket sixes.
Yeah, I think they're going to unfortunately have to go in. When you are the shortest, you kind of hate it. You're not loving it, but...
Look at how many time cards he's got. He's obviously been making good decisions because he hasn't used any of them, but he's really thinking about it.
Yeah, unfortunately, your stack's just very small. You only have 6.6 big blinds, which is 4 million, and you're just going to have to, unfortunately, put this one in. Joe's jamming a lot worse.
Look at that. Yeah. So Joe Antar with one overcard. So Michael's in a really good position here, right? He's a favourite to double up here.
Yeah.
Let's see if his patience finally pays off. Don't get me wrong, it already has, because if he busts out now, he gets over 100 grand. But let's see whether Michael Tomini can do a bit of a Lazarus. The flop. Wow, wheel draw. And a diamond draw as well.
That's a flip. It is 50-50 on this flop. That's crazy.
And Michael's going to have to dodge some diamonds and an ace. And look at that, he's got a wheel. He's got the wheel, he's got the straight. So we will see, unless there's a 7 on the river or a deuce. Oh my goodness. Wow, what a card.
That is so brutal.
What a card. So Michael Tomini doubles up and goes to 9.7 million. You wouldn't read about it.
Jennifer and Michael are livid right now. They just missed out on a $30,000 pay jump.
$30,000 pay jump. Fantastic. What an entertaining final table this has been. I'm very, very impressed. Well, Michael, Jennifer, Kale, the other Michael, and Joe. So Joe, who was, at one stage over 33 million, now slips down to 23. Really couldn't do anything about that. You've got your ace in your hands and he jams, and Michael's got a call, so he's got nearly 10 million in chips. And now, he's still the short stack, but surely that'll give you a whiff of confidence, right? That's going to change the game for you.
And now he's only one double off of being leapfrogging Jennifer and Michael, so anything can happen, and you do have to get lucky sometimes.
Sure do.
But he did have the best hand pre-flop, so I guess justice was served.
Wow, what a story. Carl Burns eliminating Vincent Wan, the reigning champion, former champion of Aussie Millions, and who was playing really, really well. Kale turned the table on him, pardon the pun. Now 5 players remain. So the next player eliminated, $108,000. Fourth place, $141,000. Third place, $188,000. Second, $290,000. And first place, a whopping $482,405. Folds around to the man of the moment, Michael Tominey, who's doubled up finally. Probably his first real hand, to be fair to him. Folds around to Kale, who's got such a monstrous stack. We've got Jennifer, who did so well in early days to survive and really has played well. So 5 players.
Jennifer's a great player.
Who do you like here?
I mean, it's going to be hard for Kale to not be the favourite here.
It's a bit obvious.
Yeah, it is. Having 55 million, it's the boring pick, but probably being the best player in Australia, if not, second best, and having the biggest stack.
Yeah.
He's my pick, but honestly, I think Jennifer's such a great player. From everything that I've heard and that I've been playing on her table, really just understands the spots, and as Ben alluded to yesterday, he's travelling Asia playing a bunch, so she's definitely in it, and she's going to be looking to take home the first prize for sure.
Some people in the chat believe it'll be Kale versus Jennifer. Heads up. Let's see whether you're right. Folds around to Joe. He gets rid of it. Michael now. No, not really a good hand to look at. Round to Kale. Small blind versus big blind. Jack high. Aren't many hands that he's not going to raise, I would imagine, to put pressure on Jennifer.
Yeah, it is actually quite a good hand to raise as well, I believe. Just because if you get, if Jennifer goes all in, you have a very easy fold.
And that's exactly what he does. Going to be expecting a lot from you, Jackson. I hear you playing the main event.
I am. I'm very excited.
Well,
it's my first one.
Oh, look at this, Jennifer. She's going to, exactly what you said might come true.
Yeah.
She moves all in, he quickly folds. So if you keep that form up, Jackson, you'll do well in the main event, and I expect interviews every other day, if I'm honest.
I hope I can get lucky and play well. And speak things into existence like I did that hand, and if I do, I'll have a good chance of making the money for sure.
Nice play from Jennifer there, picking up some chips. So she's sitting just above 16 million in chips, 16 and a half. Kale Burns with a mountain of chips now. Michael Tominey doubles up to nearly 10 million. Joe Antar slipping down to 23, but still very healthy. And Michael Gathie, who's really sort of just flying under the radar, is a very dangerous player to have 12.5 million. He can do lots with that. But we will wait and see as we close out this tournament soon. Well, I don't know whether I want to call them the B team. Should we call them the B team?
I think they've earned a little bit more than that, but makes us look better,
you
so
need
we'll
to
go
learn,
with it.
young man, to take advantage of the microphone when they're not listening.
Yes. Some knife in the back, I think.
We are in a poker room. I can't win at the table, so I'm going to do it on the microphone. All right, Jennifer with King 10 offsuit makes a raise in the small blind. Oh, wow. Michael here with Ace King. Dear, oh dear. What a time to pick. This game can be so unforgiving.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Michael hasn't really played much of a hand.
Look at this.
Yeah, goes with a small raise, I believe.
That's
4.6 maybe, 3.6.
so putting
really
it to the
small.
test, you would say, right?
Really small, yeah, and he's obviously hoping that Jennifer's going to come over the top here with an all-in, and Michael can very quickly call and hopefully win a huge pot. But with this specific hand, it's actually kind of a little bit gross, I think, with Jennifer's specific hand, because I think she can actually do a lot of options here. I think all-in is potentially one. I think call is one just due to the size, and I'm interested to see what she comes with. But she's going to be thinking this one through and understanding that Michael's probably being on the tighter side as well. There's a shorter stack than both of them, so he doesn't have as much incentive to raise.
Well, she calls.
I think she does, yes.
Wow. So we're going to see a flop. It could get very ugly for Jennifer if a king drops on that
she
board.
does not want to see top pair.
Let's have a look and see what is in store as this final table unfolds. A queen high board, queen 3-4. Pretty safe, I would think, for Jennifer if she can get away from this hand.
Yeah, obviously if you're Michael, you're not thrilled with this flop, but you're not hating it for sure. There's definitely ways to win this hand for both players. Both players having a club, so a club on the turn would be very interesting. That would give Michael the nut flush draw and Jennifer the second nut flush draw.
Let's have a look. 7.8 million in the middle. Doesn't look like a very big bet.
Wow, really small.
800,000, so really tempting, right? He really wants to. He may have. What do you make of that bet, actually?
He's really putting a hand like king high or a worse ace high in handcuffs. You have to call because the price is so good, but he's obviously got a really strong hand, and he's identified that even though he just has ace high, his hand is probably still good, and he's definitely betting this for value for sure.
Action on Jennifer now.
These are definitely the most fun hands and the most interesting hands. These blind v blind spots, small blind versus big blind. I think you never know what people are thinking. And
Look at this.
yeah, Michael checks back for a bit of deception. Jennifer potentially may bluff this if she feels like her king high isn't good enough at the time.
There's an opportunity, right?
Yeah.
So there's 9.4 in the middle, but it'd have to really put Michael to the test. And he could still call with ace high, but I thought the bet size from Michael was very interesting, being so small. At first I thought it was value. Maybe he was just asking the question. Now he's taking it a bit more seriously, perhaps. Can Jennifer fire? No, she doesn't. She checks. So now the action's on Michael, who will win the hand at showdown, and he checks behind. So he wasn't quite sure, was he? He really wasn't sure.
Yeah, I think he wanted to just get a gauge and feel like, do I think Jennifer has worse aces here?
So 5 left, and Jennifer with 9.4 million. Sorry, I apologise. Michael Tomini with 9.4 million. Jennifer with just over 12. I'm getting the signal I'm going to get bounced out of this chair. I think Ben Blaschke wants a turn because he likes this final table.
I don't blame him, to be honest. This has been a lot of action early, and it's 5 left, so this probably could go for many more hours, depending on how the cards run out.
Absolutely.
600,000.
So,
Seat 3 faults.
Fold.
Seat 5 faults. Seat 7 faults.
actions on Michael with 8-5 offsuit.
Seat 9 faults.
And there is the chip lead updated for the 5K challenge. Michael Tomini with a double up. Cale Burns with a monster lead now, eliminating Vincent Wan. Jennifer hanging in there and doing really well at 12 million. The very dangerous Michael Gathy at 16, just above 16 million. And Joe Antar still very healthy at 24.
Yeah, so Cale's in a really good position here to take out this tournament. Obviously, he's going to be wanting to be super aggressive here and put a lot of pressure on these middling and short stacks. And people like Jennifer and Joe are going to be wanting to play back as much as possible and try pick their spots. But as we did mention with Michael, folding does make you money. So they're going to be very, very cautious with how they play, and hopefully they can find a double off someone or someone gets eliminated so they can get another pay jump.
Ben Blaschke here jumping in for the voice, Paul Curry. And certainly in that half an hour or so that I've been away, Cale's just crushed.
Yeah, a lot's happened, and mainly Cale making hands. Did find aces against Vincent's pocket tens in a cutoff versus small blind spot that was a pretty easy all-in for both players, and Vincent saw the bad news and was out, almost out, and then Cale knocked him out with rivering a straight versus Vincent's top pair. So Cale with the commanding chip leader now, and Yeah, he's in a very, very good spot to take out this one.
Probably the one person you don't want to see with that many chips is Cale Burns.
Yeah, he's really good, and obviously his play style is quite aggressive as well. So if you're the other players on this table, obviously you'd rather them yourself, but if there was other players to get him, you'd probably prefer that than Cale for sure.
600,000 full.
So what's the? I mean, if you look, say, Jen and Michael Gathie sitting here, you're not the shortest stack, but you're sort of not too far off that. Are you just looking for Michael Tominey to bust?
Yeah, you really want, as a middling stack, you really want the shortest stacks to bust first, and not that that's a guarantee, obviously, but there's just more likelihood that Michael does bust before you. So you want to be really patient, and you don't want to play back too much of the chip leaders because that just gets you in some poor spots.
And just an opportunity for Cale to apply maximum pressure on everybody, really. And I mean, even Joe. I mean, Joe's very healthy, but he doesn't want to get into tangle too much with Cale either.
Yeah, like it would be an absolute disaster for Joe. Like if we look at the payouts right now, not that he's guaranteed it, but second is 290,000, and he is second right now in chips. So he's going to be wanting to be actually the tightest out of everybody, just because there are 3 people that can and should bust before him in terms of stack sizes. So he's going to be very, very tight, and there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes we do just want to fold our way to pay jumps and take some spots. We don't need to be overly aggressive, but yeah, it's going to be interesting for Joe.
Yeah, every pay jump matters now. So with 5 left, the next pay jump is worth over $30,000.
Yeah, and then the one after that, almost 50. So it's just the price is rising and the stakes are declining.
Of course, all of these players are very familiar with these sorts of spots. They've been here before.
Yeah, like I definitely have seen Cale and Joe and Jennifer for that likelihood on a lot of final tables in a lot of big tournaments. So they're not going to be feeling the pressure too much. Obviously, it is for a lot of money, but when you've done it before and you've been in this similar moment, it makes it a lot easier for you to feel comfortable and play your best game, because at the end of the day, poker's all about information and reads, and if you're analysing all the information given to you at all the appropriate times, you're going to be more likely to run deep in these tournaments for sure.
Jen catches the 10.
So Joe's probably trying to work out, is there any reason for me to start bluffing here, or do I think that I've got enough showdown, or I don't think Jen's going to fold enough, and he does like to just check this one. So get the Jack of Diamonds on the river. Flush does come in. Any queen makes a straight now, so I think both players are probably going to want to give this one up. Maybe Joe elects to bluff this one, thinking that he has more queens in range, but it's a little bit dicey here for sure.
Yeah, a bit of an ugly board for both. Jen with the best hand with the 10.
And he is going for it. He bets 4 million, which is a huge bet. He's bet over the size of the pot, which was 3.3 million, and I mean, this would be the most absurd call ever. But obviously Jennifer does let that one go, and Joe found a really nice bluff there. I'm not sure many players would have found that, including myself, but does think maybe Jen bets a flush draw or a queen at some point in the hand and puts max pressure on that.
Yeah, great pressure from Joe. He really has played very well, Joe.
He's a great player, for sure. He made the I think he won the 10K or the 5K at APO not too long ago, and had a nice string of runs in Sydney. So he's one to look out for. He's definitely not going to be afraid of the likes of Cale, even though Cale is very accomplished. He does know his spots and understands the game. So he's going to be looking to take this one out. And as we mentioned before, he's definitely the second favourite right now.
Joe's been sporting those sunglasses all day. You a sunglasses person?
Nah, I'm not. I never have. Don't think I ever will. It's not my kind of vibe. I just like to wear a hoodie and be comfortable and stuff. But hey, if that makes them feel comfortable, then for sure it's fine. But I think it would be hard to see in sunglasses inside. I don't know. I haven't done it, but
I've always found that, I tried it once and didn't enjoy it at all.
Yeah.
Didn't like that it was too dark.
can't be comfortable either. And
No.
I have enough issue reading the cards because of my eyes. If I put an extra layer in there, it probably makes it a little bit harder. But
And Vincent had the reflective glasses on too earlier today.
yeah, I've always thought, what if someone could peek into your hand one time with those glasses on? But that would be quite funny, actually.
Yeah, Cale's going to be playing a lot of hands, I think, as he has been all day.
Yeah, especially now. Obviously, he has an aggressive play style, but this hand in particular just makes his life a lot easier to be aggressive. And Jen does elect to all in with the A7 of clubs, which I like against the chip leader. And she'll take this one down for sure.
So Cale's still way out in front there, 51 million and change. Joe, Michael, Gathy, both very comfortable. Michael Tomini and Jen, obviously both hoping to secure at least one more pay jump.
And that's what it comes down to in these final table spots is obviously you want to do your best to build your chip stack, but I think it is more important to get these pay jumps. And you obviously do want to give yourself a chance to win the whole tournament. That's why we play, but when there's a $100,000 pay jump from third to second, sometimes it is just a little bit better to wait out the other two and let them battle and knock each other out, and then you give yourself a fighting chance to come first.
For our viewers out there who may not have played many casino level events, or maybe just play sort of their local on a Tuesday night or whatever, I mean, what would you encourage them to watch for when they're watching these players? What should they sort of be keeping an eye on to learn from?
Yeah, for sure. I had this conversation yesterday as well, and we were mentioning like YouTube's a great place to start, but specifically on live streams, I think the most important thing for sure is just understanding pre-flop, because at the end of the day, that's what starts the hand, right? If you're not in the hand pre-flop, then you can't make a mistake. And if you're playing too many hands, then you're making too many mistakes. So understanding that, when Cale is opening looser and say Joe is opening tighter, understanding why that is, and whether you want to ask us a chat question, that's fine. But understanding that the big stacks are going to want to be opening more hands just because of the pressure that they can apply to the smaller stacks due to the pressure of the money pay jumps. And then understanding that the middle stacks want to be tighter because they don't want to be in many big pots, because look at Michael Tomini's stack, 7.9 million, 13 big blinds. You really want him to bust. So if you're Joe, why do you want to play a big pot with, say, ace queen and maybe get it in against Cale's pocket tens or something like that when you can just let Michael bust? So not playing these hands too aggressively, and that's why we're seeing Cale open these hands like Jack 7 suited and stuff like that.
Yeah, but certainly there's how these players can earn an extra $33,000 by seeing Michael Tomini bust without doing anything, and that's what they'll be hoping for.
Wow. And does find ace king offsuit in the big blind, and Michael's going to be shattered because he actually found a very nice hand to run a 3-bet bluff with, and now he's almost priced in against Michael Tomini, and he's going to be annoyed because obviously he doesn't want to have to call this hand off. But as we can see, even with a hand as weak as king 3 suited against ace king, we still have 32%. So we only need to call 3.8 million to win a pot of, I think it'll be around 16.5 million. So he actually is getting the right price. Not that he knows that, but our opponent could have like aces or kings or something like that, and he does elect to make the call. So this is good information as well. Now all the other players know that Michael is capable of 3-bet bluffing quite wide. So these are the information that you need to pick up when you're playing poker yourself, is seeing why people do things and putting that in their repertoire.
So he just needs to dodge a 3. And he does.
Wow, so Michael Tomini, 17 million in chips, now a third stack, which is shocking. He was not down and out, but he was very, very down the bottom for for a while they're having just 8 big blinds, and now he's our third stack.
Well, we spoke yesterday, Jackson, about the value of patience, didn't we? We saw Paris do it to make the money yesterday, and he hasn't had many hands at all today. He's been very patient.
And that's it. Like as we were mentioning before, folding is a good way to do it in these spots where the money up top is so high, and you don't need to push it. You don't need to push your luck until you find the right hands. And Michael's done that quite well, and now he's in quite a great spot.
Someone said Tomini and KO heads up. Well, it's very possible. Now that Michael Tomini has a few chips, he was on death's door not long ago, but he's got breathing room now. Cale Burns just doing what Cale Burns does.
Yeah, he's going to not be fussed by that. Obviously, it's not ideal for him. He wants someone to be short, so he's hoping that Michael Gaethje potentially would be a little bit shorter so that he can put more pressure on. The shorter that Michael Gaethje is, the more pressure that Cale can apply. But he's still going to be very aggressive, I assume, moving forward. That's for sure.
You're jumping into the main event tomorrow, is that right?
Tomorrow, yes. Monday, day 1A. So very excited. As I mentioned before, haven't played a main event here at Aussie Millions just because, obviously it just came back. So I'm quite excited and a little bit nervous, not going to lie, but it's very rare that you get a tournament of that size and in your home state, and I'll be playing it for sure, and quite excited and just hoping that I can bag the first day, to be honest. That's the first milestone.
What does your preparation look like? Do you have certain things you like to do before you play a big event?
Yeah, not really in terms of that. I think in terms of just, getting my game to the best of my ability, that's all done in the weeks leading up, and just, over the months, just, watching YouTube videos and courses and stuff like that, and talking through hands with fellow poker players. But in terms of something that you can do before a tournament, I mean, honestly, just getting a good night's sleep. There's nothing worse than being really tired, 3 hours, 4 hours sleep before a huge tournament. So, yeah, that's something that I'm going to be hoping to get a good night's sleep for sure. But, yeah, apart from that, just making sure I'm hydrated and do more exercise in the morning so I don't feel like I'm being lazy all day, and then jump in quite early and prepare to sit down and lock in for, I believe it's 12 hours or something along those lines.
And do you go in with a plan about how you want to approach it, or are you sort of more just wait and see how the day plays out, not overthink it in the lead up? Yeah,
so in main events specifically, we can assume that there's a lot of satellite winners and recreational players, which I, it's a pretty good way to look at it with all the satellite winners and that from the satellites that have been happening at Crown. So just understanding that they're probably not bluffing as much as the professional players would, and that means that if they're showing a lot of aggression, that we can make some nicer and bigger folds. So just sort of playing a bit of a lower variance strategy and hoping to not run into any coolers and just run well, really. But in terms of, seeing that, I guess just making sure and adjusting on the fly. If you get a table with a lot of professionals, then have to adjust. If you get a table with a lot of fun players and that, then...
Oh, Michael.
Wow. Cale is, if he can scoop this one, he's running unbelievably. He's found 2 spots in a similar spot where he's just had a massive pair against an under pair. So it's not a bad flop for pocket fours, is it? It's not the worst.
He's got a few back doors as well.
3 of clubs would be crazy.
He's
got one out.
Thin.
Yeah. Oh my
wow.
goodness.
And he spikes it. Amazing.
Wow.
Michael Gaethje spikes the one outer on the river.
Just when you thought he was out, he now has 36 big blinds, 21 million in chips.
And never heard such a sigh of disappointment from a couple of other players as you've heard right then.
Honestly, those other 3 players would be so shattered. I mean, Cale obviously would be the most shattered, but Jennifer, Michael and Joe just pretty much got one outed for $30,000 and they weren't even in the hand. And that really shifts the tournament. If Kale wins that pot, Kale has 62 million in chips, and he has the rest of the table covered combined. So that really shifts the dynamic of the whole tournament, and that is one of the most brutal beats I've seen, I reckon, when you're playing for that much money up top, and you just get one outed on the river. That is brutal.
Gotta love poker.
It is
What a
one of
game.
the best and worst games when things like that happen. If it's in your favor, you love it. When it's not, you hate it.
Well, maybe it's Michael Gass's day. Maybe he's probably thinking there right now saying, maybe the poker gods are shining on me tonight.
600,000.
Kale's still very comfortable. Michael Tominy's picked up the offsuit ace-king. Raises it up.
2.5.
It's a pretty big raise.
That's a
there for
huge
Michael.
raise, yeah. I think Joe can fold this, as absurd as it looks. King Queen offsuit in a five-handed structure. But when Michael's been so tight, I think if I'm Joe, I want to fold this one. Michael's been quite tight all day, and now he's raised 4 times the big blind.
C1 calls.
I think he's going to wanting to proceed here with a lot of caution because Michael's announced that he has a very strong hand.
Well, that's probably a good card for
Yeah,
Joe, ultimately.
It's going to save him. If there was a king high flop, he'd be having a nightmare there. So this is a hand that Michael should bet really small, but as we've seen, Michael likes to bet quite big with his strong hands. So not sure exactly what he's going to do here, but we'll see what he comes with.
All in. C3 is all in.
Is that all in? That's going to end that.
That makes a pretty easy fold there for Joe with just king high. So Michael played that one quite aggressively and did win a small pot.
We're sitting here in front of the 25k buy-in, and seen quite a lot of action there recently. A lot of chat around the room of Asana Miri's sitting in front of us. He ran very deep in this event today, so when he busted here, he jumped straight into the 25k.
600,000.
Loves his poker, Asana.
Yeah, it's actually quite a big field as well. For a 25k, obviously that's a lot of money to pony up, and they're going to be buying in tomorrow as well, I think. So
Now we have 55 runners so far. We have play through, I think, 10 levels today, so we have a couple more levels tonight, and then I think registration is open for at least another level tomorrow. So I'll get a few coming in the morning.
yeah, a lot of the high rollers do the open registration for day 2. Just gets people who want to just come in and try their luck for a bit of a smaller buy-in and not play a whole day. Sometimes it can get fatiguing for sure, playing a whole day and then coming back in the morning or the afternoon. So it's not a bad strategy, but some people want to be able to grind out, try build a stack on day 1 and then take that into day 2.
And Kale spikes the 9 on the turn, take the lead. I can't see this becoming too bloated of a pot.
Yeah, I think Kale could either check here or bet small for protection. But he's probably just going to bet small if he does elect to bet.
Alright, that's 1.7 million. C3 bolts.
Yeah, so he did bet about half pot trying to get called, I guess, from a diamond or a worse pair. But he does take that one down and solidifies his chip lead.
Well, we had some fans calling out earlier for Josh Monk to join the stream. Those fans are going to get their wish. Josh is just joining me now. Jumping in. How are you, Josh?
How are you, mate? I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks, Jackson, for those insights.
Cheers, Jacko. Appreciate it, mate.
We'll get Jackson back in a little bit later tonight. But how are you going, Josh?
I'm very well. And yourself?
Did you know you had a fan club on the stream calling for you to join the stream tonight?
Not really. I knew that Adam Burke put a comment in there, but I was actually watching Paul Curry and yourself earlier tonight, and you made a comment in the feed, and I thought, what's going on here? Logged in and had a look, and there we go.
Yeah.
Have a look at MT here. 16 million in chips, 27 bigs in the small blind with the King Queen offsuit. Cal Burns got the Joe Hasham, the 7-3 offsuit.
The famous Pass the Sugar.
Yeah. A couple of crushers here at this table too. You're looking at one of them right here, Cale Burns. He knows what's up.
You might have missed it, Josh, just a few moments ago. Cale got it in against Michael Gathie with kings against fours, and Michael spiked the case 4 on the river.
Oh, dear.
So Cale would have been, well, absolutely dominant chip leader. He's pretty dominant already, but he would have been far more dominant had that one held up.
There you go. Mike Maddox, he's coming to the chat there.
Ah, Mike.
Maddox mindset, yep. That's MT, 100% that is MT. The guy who always wears a suit. He's coming from LA, I believe. Native here in Australia.
Very popular man in these parts.
That's it. So resident here in Australia, but originally from California.
He's been a big supporter of the Crown Poker Room here as MT.
I did have an opportunity to play against him a few nights ago, and he's a businessman that likes to play cards, and his VPIP's pretty high, but he's a lovely, lovely guy, absolute gentleman of the game. So I can't say anything bad about MT. Much loved in this community. As MT here just pops it up to make it 1.2 million with pocket fours. Cale, a small blind here with the Queen 5 off.
Cale does not really like folding, ever, if he can help it at all. He might be thinking of putting a bit of pressure on. No.
Does elect to put it in the muck. Going to Jennifer. Card's not showing up on the RFID there, but obviously not good enough to continue. She puts that in the muck. And how have you been, Ben? It's good to have you here. I haven't actually done commentary with you before.
No.
We had a little bit of a chat earlier too, Ben, yeah?
Yeah, we were talking about some, how our paths sort of inadvertently crossed many years ago. We weren't even aware of it, so we won't go into the details of that. But, it's a small world, and particularly this poker community, I mean, even coming back this week with the Aussie Millions and just seeing all these familiar faces that I haven't seen some of them for a little while, but they're still around.
Yeah, they're still around. It's actually a beautiful blend between the old school and the new school, really. You got Danny McDonough out there, head of the floor, taking on a huge job out here, and he's doing a great job at it too. As we get back to the action here, Joe under the gun's going to fold the ace-3 off. Michael finds a slightly better hand, the ace-4, but that goes in the bin too. Going to Cale, the 9-2 off hearts.
The first person I saw when I walked in yesterday was Curly Seal. So we got the
right, the Adelaide crew, yeah.
Yeah, the Adelaide crew. He was railing Crocky.
Yeah, Crocky's out there. A couple of crushers out here also. For those people at home who don't know what we're looking at, we're actually looking at the TV monitor that we're calling the action on a 30-minute delay on, but also overlooking the 25K that's going out just in front of us. Might give a couple of shout-outs to some friends playing it. So it's Jack 7 versus the 9-5 here. Jennifer limped in from the small blind, and Michael just checked his big blind action. Jennifer's going to check from the small. Action back on Mike. Jennifer picking up a gut shot here. Mike does have that gut shot card in his hand, or one of them, I should say. Mike's going to have a stab here for 600K with Dolly Parton, 9-5.
Yeah, Jim's got the gut shot. He's got the back door as well with the diamonds.
Australian poker schedule. That's Craig Abernathy. This is Michael Gathie. Matty Marshall's surfy brother. He does have that look. But the answer there is no. And Jennifer's going to play back at it, and Michael's going to have to fold. So well played there from Jennifer. 20 bigs, just approaching 12 million in chips.
I like that play with a little bit of the thin draw and the back door. She can make that play, and of course she can fold if she gets shoved on. But
Yeah.
there's plenty of turn cards she could continue with if she gets called.
Look at the prize money. I actually haven't even looked at this. 2,134,000 in the prize pool. Just short of $500,000 up top. Eat your heart out, poker lovers.
Geez, that's great. I mean, 5K investment. You could 3 days later be walking away with almost $500,000. That's
Yeah,
just
crazy.
crazy value. We've seen that all week, though. Since the opening event, we've seen massive numbers, amazing prize pools. I saw Danny yesterday. The poker team here at Crown were talking about series prize pools of 14 million. Well, Danny was saying he thinks it's going to be above 20 million now.
Yeah.
And possibly well above.
Yeah. Well, I mean, somebody came to me and said, what do you think the Aussie Millions is going to do in 2026? I said, it'll go off its head. Yeah. And it really has. I mean, the room is pumping. And out on the main floor, I can tell you almost every single table is full, with not only players playing cash, but also playing the tournaments out there.
Yeah, I walked through the cash tables before. They're all full. There's plenty happening out there, and with the satellite, it's just a great buzz across the room.
Yeah.
People are having a lot of fun. I think people are just loving the fact the Aussie Millions is back.
So we've seen a raise here from the cutoff with the 10-8, the natural, if you play Baccarat. And Joe's going to call with a King-9 of hearts here, and off to the flop we go. The flop comes Jack, a 7, 6, 2 clubs. Kale's picked up the gut shot to make the nut straight. Can also hit a 10 or an 8 as well. Joe's got the lead here with King High at the moment. Backdoor hearts working for him.
Kale and Joe have been going at it all day.
Have they?
They've been just battling. Just not, just little small blind, big blind for a while.
Right,
there,
yeah,
and
good.
Just your classic little battles, often with trash.
Right, okay, yeah.
It's just fascinating to watch how they play these quite tricky hands, really. I'm always fascinated to see what they do in these spots.
There you go.
And maybe Joe just not really wanting to get too involved with the chip leader right now.
Kale was a bit of an expert too. An elite poker player, got millions, I know, on Hand and Mob in terms of live tournament cashes. I believe that's the case also for, I think Michael Gathy has got some Hand and Mob results there too in the millions, I believe.
He does. I was checking before. He's got over $6 million US in.
Really?
He's got four.
Oh, geez,
he's got 4 bracelets. So he's,
right. Okay. Well, there
fairly
you go.
accomplished. Yeah.
Do you know much about Joe?
I know Joe had crushed it last year. He obviously won.
Right.
Sort of. I think April, May last year. He won a series of events in a row. I think he won the Centurion and.
Right. The APL. Yep.
Yeah. He won a few events in the space of a very short amount of time. So.
There you go.
I was talking to Didier earlier about him, and Didier was very complimentary about what Joe has achieved over the past 12 months.
Right, there you go. And Jennifer, obviously, it's great to see all the women in poker. I know that there's a lot of women out there actually playing it today, and I've seen over the last 3-4 days, Ben, a huge contingency of women coming into the game, which I love.
That's what we want. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, more and more women coming in to play the game. It's just great for the poker community. It's also great to, have them show their skills out there, and they can compete with the best of them. And we're seeing it right here with Jennifer, obviously.
I mean, I think, Jenna's proved her wares over the past few years and
no
what
doubts.
she can do. And her and Bert make for a bit of a dynamic duo, don't they, on the felt?
Bit dangerous, those two, yeah.
Probably off the felt as well.
Yeah.
On and off the felt.
Good Agar there in the chat. Let's go monkey on the stream. Appreciate it. I do call a bit of poker action across Australia, and so this might be a little bit of a following of people who might like to hear my voice again. Anyway, back to Jennifer. Picks up the 10-8 spades here under the gun. She's going to have to let that one go. Michael's actually picked up a hand here. King Queen of Hearts here, Ben.
Yep, nice looking hand for Michael there. You may not get much action. Well, you may get a little bit from Kale here.
And the big blind with an ace. Yep.
Kale likes to defend his big blind.
Dan Mayer's also in the chat. Actually sat next to Dan Mayer the other day, and we were playing against MTs. So Dan Mayer in the chat there saying happy to have you join us here, Josh. Appreciate that.
Just need 4 more balls.
Dan, of course, bit of a mixed game specialist.
He is. Diamond Dan, they call him.
Yeah.
Seat 5 calls.
To the flop we go. So Kale did make the call here. The equities here are 50% each, as you can see, bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Top pair, second best kicker for Michael. Out flops Kale. Kale, I'd imagine, is going to check from the big blind here and let the pre-flop aggressor make a bet. There's the check. Michael's probably going to bet this flop. And here it comes, on cue.
Seat 9 bets 1.6 million.
About 1.6 mil. Action back on Kale. Trying to find one of those 2 remaining outs you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen. This is the 5K challenge here at the Aussie Millions. Championship 2026, brought to you by CrownBet. Kale does find the fold there. Michael's going to pick up a few more chips there, up to 22 million or 28 bigs.
And we talk about the quality of this final table, and as Josh said before, with the 25K event taking place in front of our eyes here, 6 or 7 tables open at the moment, and gee, there's a lot of quality on those tables too.
Yeah, that's a very deep field and that have very deep pockets too, Ben. And I know that Michael Mizrachi walked in the door about, I don't know, an hour ago. I saw him. I know that Didier Gurin's out there.
Yeah, I can see Didier here. He was...
Angel's over there in the corner.
Yep, I can see Andy Lee. We've got Raymond Kassam sitting here near us.
Lord Agar coming in clutch there for Jamie Leontic, who asked, what's Jennifer's cash on Hendon? 530K USD, according to Lord Agar. Appreciate coming in there. Here's MT. He's picked up the biggest lick.
1.6 million.
Starting to get a few hands.
He's also facing a raise under the gun for Michael. We can't quite see his hand at the moment.
Seat 3 raises to 6 million.
He's going to pop it up and make it 6 million to go. Kale gets out the way with the 5-3 off. Jennifer's got to fold the 6-5 round to Michael. And he snap folds it. So got his hand caught in the cookie jar just a little bit there. Benny?
Yeah, well, one thing we've noticed is MT is raising pretty big when he's got a hand.
Yeah, right.
He's not shy to let people know that he's strong.
I see Vincent Wan there out in 6. It's actually an interesting story. I walked out there to go and get a cup of tea before coming in here, and I saw him and I said, I'm looking forward to commentating on you. And he had those little tickets that said, 6th place on it, And I said, oh, you're already out? He goes, yeah, I just got busted. And I was like, oh, damn. So didn't get the opportunity, but I know that Paul and yourself did a great job. And I was actually at home watching the stream, listening to you boys putting on the show.
So you were the one listening to the stream?
No, actually, I was lying in bed, yeah? It was actually kind of a funny story. I'm lying in bed, I'm listening to you guys commentate, and then Paul says my name, and I can hear it because I've got it, the volume up at like 12 decibels, yeah? And I thought to myself, oh, okay. So I messaged Paul straight away, and I said, yep, I'm on my way. There you go. That's why I'm here, essentially. Anyway, under the gun, Joe Antar's found the King 10 off. He's going to pop it up and make it 1.6 million. Action back round to Michael with the ace-9 of clubs here, Ben.
Yep, very playable hand. Just elects to make the call. Interesting to see Kale with another very playable hand. Interesting to see what he will do. Will he put some pressure on here? Certainly an option with the ace-2 suited.
There you go. So getting some love in the chat. I appreciate that. Cal Burns, I'd imagine you might put in a 3-bet here and try and trick this one up a little bit.
Seat 5 calls.
No, he's just going to elect a call. Jennifer Castle getting out the way with the 8-6 of clubs, one of my favourite hands. Michael's going to get out of there too with the Queen 8 off. So 3-way action. Haven't seen a 3-way action hand for a while.
No, it's been pretty straightforward for a while here. Just a bit of heads up.
Just a king in the window, sure. That'll work. So Joe's picked up top pair. Michael's got backdoor clubs working for him, and Gale's got the gut shot to make the wheel.
Yep.
Pretty interesting hand here that could develop. Joe's going to check that top pair. Michael just looking at backdoor clubs. He's going to check, and Cal has picked up backdoor diamonds and a gut shot to make that wheel. So you're going to have a stab here or just check it back and take a free one.
Of course, Kale's got the backdoor diamonds as well, which is just a little bit of extra equity in the hand. And if we talk about equity, Josh, explain equity to our viewers out there.
I'll just get to that in 1 second. So Kale coming out with a bet here for 1.9 mil.
Joe thinking long and hard. Good way of looking at the equities is actually looking at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. You can see the equities of their hands on this particular board in this position as the 7 of clubs peels off. Would have been a pretty good card for MT, who would have picked up the nut flush draw on the turn. Let's see what Joe decides to do. He did trick it up by checking this flop after flopping top pair. Is Kale going to go for another barrel on the turn? I'd love to see him barrel this off, but I'm almost certain he's going to get looked up by Joe. In the tank here, like I said before, a seasoned professional, an elite poker player. If you've ever had a conversation with Kale about poker, he'll give you about 58 different breakdowns of one hand. It's almost like a chat GPT sort of mindset around the game, Ben. And he can give you the perfect definition of equity. I'll tell you what, if we can get him on, he'll tell you everything about it. And he's going to come for another barrel here, 4.5 million this time, straight into Joe. Yeah, Kale is one of the most studied players in the game. He's put years and years of work into getting to the level he's at today. I believe that back in the day he started as a pub player.
Really?
And worked his way up, playing $20 games, worked his way up to one of the best in the world.
Right, well, there you have it. Joe's going to throw out a time bank there. I did find a comment that you guys said a bit earlier, a bit funny. You said it looked like a Blockbuster membership card, the time banks, yeah?
Yes.
I heard that about an hour and a half ago. I found that very funny, that comment.
Only half of our audience have any idea what we're talking about.
Yeah.
What is Blockbuster?
I think you need to be at least probably 30 years of age or older, I think, to understand that.
As I said to Paul earlier, I did work at Video Easy for a little while back in the day.
There you go.
It comes
out a second time bank, so Kale really applying the pressure here on Joe. Good time to just sit back and see that Matty Marshall here is put on the production here at Crown for this, and he does elect to fold the King 10 here, so Kale's going to get away with murder there, pick up a few more chips.
Yeah, that's just the power of aggression from the chip leader there.
Sure.
And we can see, no surprise at all, that Kale has been the most aggressive here at this final table, and particularly since he gained this significant chip lead probably an hour or so ago. He's had a healthy stack all day, Kale, but he just keeps building that stack, building that lead, applying the pressure, using his experience, understanding situations, knows exactly what he wants to do.
Sure. Getting rid of Kale here in the cutoff. Finds the 7-5 of hearts. Now, I don't know about you, Ben, but I love these little suited connectors. They can either make you a fortune or cost you a fortune. They kind of love-hate relationship, but I love them.
I mean, if you know how to play them, they are very powerful. If you're me, they're not so powerful.
Yeah, sure. Joe Anto here picks up the natural 9 offsuit. Those back row players at home, the ace of diamonds, the 8 of spades. He's facing a raise from Kale in the cutoff. Like I said before, with the 7-5 of hearts. I'd imagine he's probably going to flick in a call here. There it is. actually just jams it straight back in Kale's face instead. Looked like a call, but obviously he must have said all in. That's going to get the job done. So Joe not believing Kale for 1 second there, jams it straight back in his face with the ace-8, gets the job done. Have a look at this. I mean, I have said this before. I can't even believe the numbers that I'm looking at here. 2.134 million in the prize pool. 482,405 up top. 290,000 for second and a bit of change. And third, just short of 200K at 188,895. Gee whiz.
Yeah, all 5 players guaranteed.
Over a 6-figure score.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
100,000.
Average IQ saying he's got PSD from all the late fees from Video Easy and or Blockbuster.
Yes. One of the perks, of course, working there is that didn't have to pay to hire videos. Take the videos home that you wanted at the end of the night. Bring them home the next day. Bring back. No late fees.
So Michael Gaffey here going to pop it up and make it 1.6 million. Joe Antar here's got the dominating ace-queen offsuit. Just had a little sneak peek around the dealer there to have a look at Michael's stack. Basically got equal stacks here. Joe's going to just move it all in. Michael can't continue with the 4-deuce offsuit. And Mikey's going to get out of the way with the ace-5 off. So Michael trying to make a couple of raises in this 5-handed game, but seen some action straight back in his face.
Joe just coming with the hammer the past few hands.
That's it. Absolute hammer.
And that's certainly one way to put people to a decision, isn't it?
Sure. There's a question here coming in from Jamie saying questions are payouts on cash or check. I believe it just goes back into the player's account that they would have here, I'd imagine.
I actually think you can choose a few different ways.
Yeah.
I did speak to the team about this earlier. You can be paid by check. You can certainly be paid into your account if you have an account.
Mm-hmm.
I think cash is payable up to a certain amount.
Yeah.
It might be up to 10K from memory.
Mind you, you probably wouldn't want to be walking out the casino at any time of the day with $482,405 in cash.
There's been a few horror stories about that in various parts of the world over the years, that's for sure.
No doubt. Actually, going back round to Joe here. He's got the ace-4 offsuit. Popped it up, make it 1.6 mil. So just raising it to the structure, essentially. Blinds here a 400K and an 800K with an 800K big blind ante. So making it 1.6 million.
Kale has seen what he needs to see in his hand to play, which is any 2 cards. The Queen 5, more than enough to see the flop, and that's a pretty good flop for Kale as well.
It just flops the absolute world, as you can see. 16 outs at the top. He's got the gut shot to make the straight. Got the queen to make a pair of queens. You can make a 5. You can also hit a spade. It's the absolute world here. And talking about the equities just before, as you can see, 62% of the time, this hand on this particular board should hold up.
That's 1.2 million.
He's got about 1.2 million. Straight into Joe. 1.5x the big. Actually, sorry, go ahead. No, you go ahead, please, Ben.
I was going to just interrupt quickly. Actually, I'll wait till the hand is finished before I say what I was going to say, because there's quite an interesting hand developing here.
And Joe just flicks in the call. All right, so off to the turn we go. Here we go. Turn card brings in the 10 of hearts. No help to Kale at this moment. Is he going to fire another barrel here, Ben? I'd imagine he probably will. There's so much equity. It's amazing, you know, like he still hasn't made a hand yet, but he's still got 42% equity here, even though he's only got queen high. And Joe's obviously got bottom pair with the nut kicker.
And if he does continue, it's really tough for Joe to continue with just bottom pair on a very connected board.
He checks it now, giving the option back to Joe.
Ace of spades on the river would be interesting.
Yeah. Don't give me... got a bit of PTSD from the ace of spades. can explain that. And he completely whiffs the lot. 6 of hearts at the river there. No help at all to Kale. So can Kale find the bluff here and try and get this hand through? I think it would probably work, although Joe did call him on the flop. So you might be able to find a quick call depending on the size that Kale bets here. No, he's going to shut it down. He just checks, and Joe, I'd imagine, is going to check back, which he does. And Kale's whiffed all the cards in the deck, essentially, and that pot's going to go straight to Joe there. Ben?
Yeah, so we've had a bit of chatter about how do you be paid here, by cash or check. I actually wrote an article on this a couple of weeks ago. And I can't remember what I wrote, so that's how many stories I've been writing recently. It seems like an eternity ago I wrote that.
Yeah.
If you go to pokermedia.com.au, if you go to the news feed, and you'll see a story that I think is called Everything You Need to Know About the Aussie Millions. I do pose this question and provide the answer to that exact question in some detail. So go on to pokermedia.com.au and find the story. Everything you wanted to know about the Aussie Millions, and the answer is in there for you.
There you go. I think the production crew just before, Matty Marshall just sent us a little note on the screen. He said there's no limit on how much cash you want to take. So you can actually take it all if you really wanted to. I'd strongly suggest, have a look at this. Forget about the cash for the time being. Here's Joe with the pocket rockets. The aces here in the cutoff.
That will look beautiful to Joe looking down at that. And now we'll be hoping to get some action.
And the cutoff here, 25 million in chips, or 32 bigs. Those people who aren't sure what bigs are, it's referring to the blinds. You divide your chip stack against the blinds, or the big blind, I should say. It'll give you how many bigs you've got in play for those people at home who are unsure what bigs means. It's going to pop it up and make it 1.7 million, so slightly more than a bit of action going off in the background here, so a little bit hard to hear down the microphone. Anyway, Jen's going to fold the big blind, and Joe gets no action with the aces.
It's probably the only time all day that he's got a hand through, and it's one time he didn't want to get that through.
Here's the question for you, Ben. What do you hate more? Do you hate getting a walk with aces, or do you hate losing with them?
Well, obviously I hate losing with them more.
Right, okay.
I mean, at least you win a couple of chips if you get a walk, right?
Sure, yeah, that's a good point. I think one of the things for me is if you're card dead, it's more like when you're card dead, and you haven't found any hand to play for like 2.5 hours, and then you finally pick up aces, and you put in a raise and it just goes 4-4-4 after especially in like a game that's nice and juicy, and then everybody folds that particular hand. That just infuriates me, But,
or that beautiful position where you open with 2 black aces, you get called in 5 spots, and the flop comes 6, 7, 8 of hearts.
Yeah.
And you just go...
fold.
Yep. Open fold. Get me out of here.
Yeah, that's it. Cow's going to whack it on the button, and Jennifer's going to fold round to Michael. He's got the king jack. He's got actually a decision to make here. Does he want to compete? No, he doesn't. Puts that one into the muck. Cow's going to get that one done. Up to 55 bigs now. 43,600,000 in his chip stack.
That's just a great amount of pressure putting on Michael there, knowing there's a $33,000 pay jump there, and Michael doesn't want to bust before Jen, who is the short stack.
Yeah. Good call. I was actually commentating a couple of nights ago, Ben, and I can't remember the player off the top of my head, but I think his name might have been Jordan, and I think he had like 3.5 bigs. And I think he jumped up the pay ladder like 4 times. It was insane, He turned his whatever it was, $5,500 payout for 7th into, $25,000 just by sitting there and getting lucky, essentially, after everybody else was busting around him. So there you have it. Back round to Cale Burns here in the cutoff. Cards haven't been placed over the RFID reader at the moment. Can't quite see it. He's just going to pop it up to the structure. So 1.6 mil.
I think this will go in from Jen. Ace, queen off.
There it is, the triangle next to her name. And Michael's picked up a hand too, pocket sixes, but he puts it straight in the bin. And Joe's going to get out of the way with the ace-5. So action back around to Kale, who I think is going to be asking for a count here, Ben.
Yeah, we don't know what Kale's got there, and we won't find out either. So Kale gets rid of that.
So
Jen picks up a couple of chips.
Much needed for her too. There's the aggression frequency.
Yeah, interesting. A few people were just commenting about that hand earlier when Kale had the Queen 5 suited and had 1,000 outs on the flop. You know, should he have barreled the turn? I mean, certainly that would have been an option. I guess he was just wanting to realise his equity by seeing a river.
Right.
And again, we bring that word equity. Well, I mean, again, we're just talking about, you know, how much of that hand do you own? I mean, what is your percentage of?
What's your share, essentially?
Yeah, which is basically your chances of winning the hand. I mean, when we get to showdown, there's 100% and a 0% equity in a hand, but midway through a hand, that equity can go up or down. That percentage chances of winning the hand can go up or down, of having the best hand.
Correct. And those equities, for those people at home who are watching this for the first time, will show up in the bottom left-hand corner. You'll see it kind of next to the player's name. It's talking about their equity in any given spot. Round to Michael. Tomini, MT is what he goes by. Doesn't really go by Michael all that much. MT is definitely his nickname, and everybody knows him by that. And he's going to call. So it's Michael versus Michael. Tomini versus Gathy. And here comes the flop. It comes King 5-3, 2 hearts. Michael. Tomini not finding much. MT there, so he's going to check from the big blind. Round to Gathy. Jeez, he looks cool, doesn't he? I like that hairstyle and all of that type. I might try and grow my hair out to that, Ben. What do you reckon?
Last time I saw Michael Gathy was in Vegas at the WPT World Championship a couple of years ago, and he was, you know, short hair, clean cut.
Right.
He's grown it out now. He looks like a bit of a rocker.
It does look like a rocker. It's got those kind of assassin sunglasses on with the long hair.
Yep. It's a quality look.
It is a quality look.
I'm a big fan.
Yep. Agreed. Do you get to play any of the events here, Ben?
I do. I think we have a day off from the stream later this week, and I might jump in on maybe the 3K Turbo on Thursday.
Beautiful.
I play so rarely that I think I might just give it a shot.
Yeah,
see how we go.
Sure.
Burn some cash. Donate to the prize pool.
You never know. You might win it. It might be on stream. I might have to commentate you. Yeah.
Might run like God. Who knows?
Who knows? That's the beautiful part of poker. Anybody has a chance. And that's why I think everybody loves it. Get back to the action here. So this is event number 8 for those people who are just tuning in. It's a 5K challenge. This is the No Limit Hold'em event, day 3, live on a 30-minute delay here at Crown Casino in Melbourne, Australia, for the Aussie Millions Championship 2026, brought to you by Crown Bet. As we get back to the action here, Joe on the button finds the Queen 6 of spades. And he's going to pop this up and make it 1.7. MT's going to get out the way. Cale Burns has found the 10-8 offsuit here, Ben. And
I expect a call.
yeah, I do too. From the big blind. Just needs to flick in an extra 900k. He does have 40 million. Actually, 42 million, I should say, in his chip stack.
There we go. Makes the call. And Cale and Joe again battling it out.
Off to the flop we go.
Whoa, that's a very interesting flop.
Have a look at this. Cale's picked up top pair. Not much of a kicker to go with it. And Joe's picked up the flush draw. Queen high. Joe's outs, as you can see, top right-hand corner of your screen. Equities in the bottom left-hand corner. So Joe should be winning this hand approximately 44% of the time. And Cale should be winning this the other 56% to make it 100%, obviously. Cale's going to check out of position. And Joe's going to check it back for a bit of deception. Here we go. So here comes the turn card. It brings in the 5 of clubs. No help at the moment to Joe. Cale's still out with the lead. Top pair, and I'd imagine Cale's going to have to bet this turn, but you never know. I've played a little bit of poker with Kale, a couple of mixed game stuff and some smaller cash game stuff, and he's just he's a weapon. That's probably the best way to describe the guy, you know.
You can almost hear the wheels turning in his head, can't you, as
You can.
he goes through the gears.
He's got to bet 3.3 million. Action back on Joe. Didn't pick up any help on the turn with the 5 of clubs, but still has 10 clean outs to take this one away from Kale. But he is facing a bet of 3.3 million if he wants to see that river card. And he has elected to call. Okay, so here we go to the river. And the river card brings in a 4 of diamonds, so absolutely no help to Joe. It's kind of funny because earlier with the ace-4 for Joe against Kale's 17 outs that he had, Kale whiffed a lot and Joe's whiffed a lot this time. So spade's not coming in. Kale burns with the check next to his name, which means he's won the hand, provided that he doesn't get bluffed off it from Joe. Has Shireen played any events in this? I can get to that in just a moment. Yes, I saw Shireen a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I've seen him around since I got here yesterday. I've seen him walk in the room. I assume he's played a couple of events.
Yeah, he would have played the 5K. He would have played day 1 of the 5K. I definitely saw him. Okay. He was out on the balcony, and I was just out there taking a breather from doing the commentary, and I saw him out there, and we had a good chat for about 10, 15 minutes. So he is in the building. For those people who are big Shireen fans.
Yeah, we've got plenty of former Aussie Millions champs in the building this week.
Mm.
So we're talking about Vincent Wan earlier. Tyrone Crost has been here.
Longest reigning Aussie Millions champion.
It's great to be able to say that for 6 years, isn't it? Defending champion.
Defending champ. He's held the title for 6 years, yeah.
Haven't seen Gus Hansen here this week. Haven't seen Tony Bloom here. I have seen Leo Boxall. I've seen...
Manny was here. Manny Staff.
Yeah, I've seen David Gore. I've seen David Gore walking around.
I saw and spoke to David Gore no more than an hour ago as Michael finds the ace-jack off. He's going to pop it up and make it 1.6 mil. Round to Joe. He's found the ace-9 of hearts in the cutoff. Pretty cool-looking customer here, Joe Antar, isn't he?
He is.
He's got the perfect poker player's look, don't you think, Ben?
Yeah, he's got the hoodie.
Yep.
Clean cut. Got the glasses on. It's composed.
Here's a 3-bet, talking about composure. 3-bet to 4 mil. Cal Burns has got the Jack 4 offsuit. And the small blind is going to fold. Jennifer can't find a hand either. Finds the Jack 8 off. There's a couple of jacks there burnt for Michael Gathie. If he decides to play it, and he doesn't, he puts it in the bin. So Joe's going to take that one away for Michael. There are the chip counts you can see on the screen. Might be a good time to do a bit of a shout out to all the staff, the dealers, TDs, people working in the background here, putting on this show. Daniel Tribbiano and Paul Curry, who was in here with you, Ben Blasky, just before.
Yeah, of course, Harold Sachs-Markless, who runs gaming here at Crown. He and Dan have worked tirelessly to bring this event back.
Yeah.
Over the past, 8, 9, 10 months, even more.
Yeah.
I know the discussions have been ongoing for a couple of years about when is the right time to bring the Aussie Millions back. It's not an easy decision to make. And I mean, even I know that a lot of people are wondering, was it going to come back in its typical time slot in January? I know that one of the main reasons that it was brought back as this time of year is because the hotel, it's a bit of a quiet time of year at Crown here, so they wanted to fill the hotel rooms.
Correct.
Fill the restaurants.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they've successfully done that.
Well, they definitely have. It's absolutely chock-a-block down here at Crown Casino in Melbourne, Australia. If you're listening in from some international country, We thank all of you for joining us here on YouTube. This is the Aussie Millions 5K Challenge, day 3, on a 30-minute delay. You're listening to myself, Josh Monk, aka Monkey, alongside the man, the myth, the legend from Poker Media Australia himself, Ben Blasky. Calling the action tonight, we also have Jackson Young in the building. He's to the right of me, and Paul Curry over there having a conversation with Daniel.
We'll take you through to the next break coming up in a little under half hour's time.
Michael finding the ace-jack suited. Under the gun. Must put in a raise here. Very difficult hand to play if you decide to limp in with his hand. And he has popped it up. He's made it 2 million. Cow's going to get out of there with the king-9 off. Round to Jennifer, finds the queen deuce, puts that into the muck. Michael finding the 8-4 of hearts. Joe Antar in the big blind, finds the king-3 suited. Ronan coming into the chat. Hey Jake, what's up my man? Pretty sure that might be a little thing that's going on here in the chat box. A couple of larrikins in there enjoying themselves.
We like to see that. We like a bit of interaction in the chat.
Absolutely. So no pair for anybody on the flop of 8-7 deuce. Michael, aka MT, out with the lead at the moment. Joe needs to play a little bit of catch up, needs to find one of those 5 remaining outs. Joe's going to check from the big blind, round to MT. He's going to bet 2.5 mil. And Joe has no other option but to put it into the bin, which he does. So a few more chips going MT's way.
We've got a lot of it's a lot of back and forth between, well, we've got Kale out in the front and everybody else at the moment battling to not come 5th at the moment, I think is the plan.
Yeah.
For the other 4.
Still a very healthy payday though, $108,955 if you do come 5th here, outside of any deal making.
Yeah, nothing to be sneezed at.
And Braden Jinks coming in there said, what time did the commentator go to bed last night? I don't know if I should answer that. I was actually with Braden into the wee hours.
Right.
But did get my 4 hours, so actually feeling quite fresh, believe it or not. Might burn later on tonight, but that's all right. Plenty of time to sleep tomorrow as we get back to the action here on the button. Michael Gathy finds the king-queen offsuit. He's going to pop it up, make it 1.6 mil. Round to Michael, MT. He's got the 10-3 of spades. He's going to flick in a call. I'll do a little shout out to Braden Jinks, who binked a Aussie Millions main event seat actually last night. Told his story about that as the flop comes down. Ace 6 deuce Badoogie or Rainbow. MT's going to check from the big blind. Action back round to Michael.
It's going to be a pretty healthy main event prize pool as well, I think. So certainly worth being part of this year, as Michael representing that ace.
Obviously, Michael can't continue unless he decides to make a play against it. So the 10 peels off on the turn, giving Michael a pair here. And now Michael needs to play a bit of catch up. So it was a bet of 1.5 million on the flop. Michael decided to float with the 10-3 of spades. Finds the 10 of clubs on the turn. It's going to go check, check. Here comes the river. Brings in the 3 of diamonds. Wow. So Michael going from not much to running 2 pair with the 10-3 run out. He's going to check his option. Back round to Michael Gathy. Can MT pick up a few chips here if Michael decides to go for a bet? No, he checks it behind. Michael's going to show him the bad news that the 10-3 gets there. And a few more chips up to MT. So seeing some pretty good play here from MT. Akalesh there in the chat as well. Politely. Just a little internal joke between myself and him.
Yeah, no rebuys in the main. It's a freeze out. we do love a good old-fashioned freeze-out. You don't see that many of them around these days, but
Absolutely.
there's a million re-entries out there. But yeah, it's a freeze-out. One chance.
Question here is, what's the blinds?
They are at 400, 800, 800.
I think they're talking about the main, actually.
Oh, the blind. Well,
I think you do start with 300 bigs, but I can get confirmation about that. Might even ask Jackson Young, who might be coming back into the combo booth here. We'll get back to the action.
might get Jackson to jump in. In fact, I might even...
I can call this action, no problem. So Joe Antar on the button here. Finds the Queen 10. He's been playing outstandingly here, Joe. As it looks like we're going to have a swap in. Jackson Young's going to come and join me in the com booth. Decides to fold. MT finds the 8-7 offsuit. Has elected to call from the small blind. So the action back around to Cal Burns. He's found the Queen 9 suited in clubs. Lovely combination of cards. If you do play the Baccarat here at Crown or anywhere else in the world, can't lose. Off to the flop we come. And Jackson Young. How are you, Jacko? Good to have you join me.
Yeah, good to be back. Just catching up on the stack sizes. Still good to see Kale with the overwhelming chip lead, as was probably expected. Unfortunately, did get a pretty bad beat, but he's maintained his chip lead, and he's in a really good spot to take this one out.
There he goes. It's going to go check on the flop of Jack, 3, 2 hearts. Here comes the turn, brings in the hearts draw. None of the players have a heart, so let's see how Kale decides to play this with Queen High on the turn. Michael showing no strength here. Basically got no hand, no draw. It's going to go check on the turn. And here comes the river, brings in the 4 of clubs. So believe it or not, Queen High is going to take this one down if Michael decides to check it, which he does. And there's Kale checking behind. Queen High gets it done. Sam Morrison saying, who's the new beautiful voice in the booth? A little bit of love for you, Jacko, yeah?
I think because I'm a little bit sick, the voice is a little bit crispy.
Raspy,
yeah. So it sounds a little bit better.
But raspiness in your voice, yeah, I love that.
Hey, Sam, mate. How you doing? Thanks for the help getting me this gig, mate. Much appreciated.
There you go.
Got a YouTube comment. What happened to Luke Martinelli? Was he chip leading this? He was.
I think he busted
he did
10th.
he did make the FT from what I heard, which obviously being chip leader doesn't really guarantee you anything, unfortunately, and he probably copped some brutal beats and can't find the win in this one, unfortunately, which is a shame. Nice guy, as we would both agree.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually saw him last night. You said he had 15 or 16 million. I think there was 116 million in play at that particular time.
He's got more than 2 of the players right now, and there's only 5 left, and that was last night, so pretty crazy. But yeah, 464 entries in this one for the YouTube comments in that top right corner, with obviously just 5 left, and it is a $5,000 blind.
And this is day 3 of it too. So a couple of days ago, this event started, and we're seeing the conclusion tonight. We're going to call the action, I believe, Jackson, all the way through. Is that correct?
Yeah, mate.
There we go.
Very keen. It's honestly, for me personally, final tables, and I'm sure for all the viewers at home, final tables are probably the most fun to commentate and the most fun to watch. So it's going to be a blessing to take this one home with you, Monk.
Yeah, I can't wait for it. Jennifer there absolutely whiffing the RFID reader, so we can't see her cards, but what we can see is that Carl Burns has got 9 high on a Queen 6-3 all spade board. Bomb pot next hand if you're playing a cash game at home. He's going to check from the small blind. Action back on Jennifer, who, Jackson, to be honest, has played outstandingly well.
Jennifer's great. Jennifer is a very good player. Does not shock me at all. She copped a pretty brutal one at the end of yesterday.
Sure.
And didn't see what happened, and then came back today, and she's got 20 bigs still with 5 left, and in a really prime position to run super deep in this one.
Cal picking up a pair of 9s on the turn. However, the 4 flush is down. Jennifer's got to check back. Here comes the river. And now Cal's mailed 2 pairs at the river, but again, the 4 flush is down, so any spaded anybody else's hand. We'll make a flush here. You can use 1, 2, or none of the cards in your hand to make the best 5-card hand. This is how this game Texas Hold'em works for those people who are unaware of the game. It's going to go check, check. Carol's going to show 2 pair. And Jen doesn't have a spade or anything better, so Carol's going to take that one down. Just a blind v blind battle there, Jacko.
Yeah, I feel like Jen got a little bit upset there. Probably did have a queen and got rivered, unfortunately. So we don't know what she had, but Carol's going to take that one home with a rivered runner 2 pair. And just every small pot matters, and he's now double the second in chips. And I'm not sure if you saw Monkey, but Michael Tomney pretty much all day had 8 big blinds, 9 big blinds when I was on for about an hour there, and found a couple of really nice double spots, and now he's sitting second in chips, and that just really goes to show that you're never down and out.
Well, actually, as a matter of fact, I've got a little correction I made. It was a perfect lead in to me just then, Jackson, because just found out that MT actually stems from Louisiana. I think I originally said from California. I think if I looked up, it said from LA, but just got told there from Ben Blasky he might have some support for people watching at home who wanted to correct me. So he actually stems from Louisiana over there in the US, as Cal Burns is just going to jam it on the button with the ace-6 offsuit.
I only, so for me with geography and America, I kind of place it in their places by their location relevant to an NBA team or an NFL team. So
yeah, right.
Louisiana, where's that near in terms of an NBA team? What would be the closest? Do you know?
I don't know. I could probably do the cheat code and use the phone.
The old ChatGPT. We've got a question in the YouTube chat. They're actually humming through, so apologies, guys. We'll start going through them. So how many rebuys are you allowed in the main, and what are the blind levels? So it is a freeze-out. So 1 entry only, and it is, as Sam did mention in the chat, 300 big blinds to start, which is very similar to the World Series of Poker structure. I believe identical almost to the World Series of Poker main event in Vegas structure, but with 90-minute levels instead. It's $10,600, so it's a very, very nice price point. I think the last winner won either 1.8 or $2 million, so yeah, it's pretty crazy how much money can be won. As I'm getting a few comments in the YouTube chat, New Orleans.
That's the answer. Yeah, thanks. That's definitely the answer.
Yeah. The Pelicans are an unfortunate team at the moment. I'm not sure if you follow much basketball, but yeah, pretty brutal.
Endgame Airlines coming in there. Has Jackson played any events so far? Jacko?
Just the opening, mate, unfortunately. Didn't go well. I mean, not unfortunately for the event. The event was great. Unfortunately for me, I didn't actually do well. 4 bullets, no day 2. Happens. I actually haven't played anything else. I wish I had. I've been quite busy last few days and throughout the week, so haven't found anything in the form of a tournament entry. But yeah, pretty upsetting because I've been looking at the fields that this Aussie Millions series is presented, and I'm quite jealous seeing that these guys are playing for almost 500,000 up top just from $5,000 buy-in. It's hard not to be jealous.
Absolutely. Andrew Peng saying I heard Jackson's going to win the main, so
yeah, that'd be nice.
Bit of support there.
Look, I wouldn't hate it.
What's your overs, unders on the main in terms of total entries?
Well, I took the under 600 about a month ago with a mate, just $50.
Right.
And I regret that one dearly. I didn't realise how insane the satellites were. For everyone at home, I didn't get to play the Aussie Millions before it shut down. I wasn't playing poker too much back then, so I didn't understand the magnitude of it. Obviously, now coming into the rooms and seeing the fields and the prize pools, it's pretty obvious to know that it's going to be quite a big amount of entries, especially with all the satellite winners. So,
Cale Burns here, just popping it up with a Queen 7 of diamonds, and Michael deciding to call from the big blind. Here comes the flop. It comes 9, 3 deuce, 2 hearts.
Yeah, not much for either opponent. I think Michael obviously having ace high is going to be a little bit more comfortable, but Cale having the betting lead and the chip lead is going to be the one potentially putting on pressure in this hand, as we do see.
MT just checking from the big blind. Back round to Cale. Couple of comments coming in there in the
Yeah.
chat saying rip $50.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Drawing dead there, I agree.
I took the overs on 750.
Yeah, that's a lock.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good bet myself. So there's a fold there from MT, and Cal's going to extend that chip lead now up to 70 bigs.
Yeah.
56.2 million in chips.
Almost more than the entire table combined Kale's got, and he did get brutally bad beat as well. So these top-tier players, they don't let these bad beats affect them, and this goes to show that just keep playing solid, and he's got a really good puncher's chance at 482,000. Yes, Obsessed Lamb, I am playing the main tomorrow. There'll be a few other things throughout the week that I'll play. There's a few 1-day or 2-day events, and I think there's like a closing that I'll be playing. To be honest, I haven't really looked at the schedule in too depth just because I've been focusing on the main, but I'll be definitely playing as much as I can if I am able to. As we see Jen pick up the ace-jack offsuit under the gun, but as we know, it's 5-handed, so it is not quite under the gun.
This is Gathy finding the king-queen offsuit.
Yeah, this is
in the cutoff. He's just going to whack it.
Yeah, he is the shortest stack, so he does want to sort of just try to, not spew, but try find a double with a reasonable hand, and this one qualifies. Yeah, I think it's actually kind of close to the bottom, I would say. I'm not sure if he would take king-jack offsuit, but king-queen offsuit, obviously. Quite a strong hand. We block ace-king, ace-queen, kings-queens as well, so when we get it in against a hand like tens or jacks or even ace-jack, we're not hating life. As we can see, the equities are running very close, 54% versus 46%. As Jen reluctantly calls, obviously knowing that her hand is going to be good a little bit here, but not loving it in terms of the spot. Ace-jack offsuit is not an amazing hand, but for 11 big blinds, it does up it a little bit.
Who are you taking here? Jacko?
I'm taking Jen. I think this is Jen's tournament. I think she's going to get it heads up with Kale, would be my prediction.
There you go. So off to the flop we go. So it's ace-jack versus the king-queen. Here comes the flop. The flop comes 5, 10, 9. 2 hearts. The gut shot for Michael and 2 overs. The ace-jack out at the moment in front. Here comes the turn. Brings in the 7 of diamonds. And that actually gives a gut shot to Jen, who's obviously out in the lead at the moment with ace high. And the river brings in the ace of hearts. And that's GG's for Michael Gathy, who he did play outstandingly, picking up $108,955 there, Jacko, for finishing in 5th.
Yeah, you are obviously disappointed with not being able to take home the trophy and the top prize, but 108,000 is not a bad consolation prize, so well done to Michael on a very deep run in a very tough field, and Jen just propelling herself into second in chips now, sitting at 24 million. And the prime candidate, I would say, to face Kale heads up.
Great shout from you, Jacko. Some people are asking, is it 10.6k real money?
It is, unfortunately, real money.
Yeah, it is real dollars.
But you can win, I think, roughly 2 million real dollars. So it makes up for it. If you can have an outstanding tournament, play well and run well, it could be yours. Everyone rooting for Jen in the comments.
Yeah, she's got a lot of love.
Yeah.
I've seen actually a lot of comments
Quite
actually
popular.
coming through. Yeah, very
Yeah.
popular. Great shout. Listening to myself, Josh Monk, a.k.a. Monkey, alongside Jackson Young, the man, the myth, the legend himself, coming in clutch to call out the rest of this 5K.
Past my bedtime.
Challenge?
Yeah.
Past your bedtime,
Past
is
my
it?
bedtime, but I don't mind doing it for something of this magnitude. Very blessed to be able to commentate a Crown Aussie Millions, especially a final table for one of the biggest tournaments of the series.
Agreed. As it gets around to MT, cards haven't been put over the reader correctly at the moment, so they should show up shortly, I would hope. It's going to raise it up and make 1.6 mil. The blinds here are 400k, 800k with an 800k big blind ante. Round to Kale. A small blind here facing that action. Offsuit ace, ace deuce. Does put it into the bin. Round to Jen.
I think Kale would potentially 3-bet bluff that hand occasionally, button versus small blind, potentially versus certain opponents, but has probably realised that Michael's been quite tight and has chosen to pass on that spot. As we see Jen completely miss this one.
So Jen first to act here from the big blind. She's going to check her option. Back round to M2. Who's going to Fire C bet, also known as a continuation bet. He did raise pre-flop, so he's going to continue that narrative that he does have the best hand on that flop and put out a C bet, a continuation bet, and take that one down.
Yeah, this is a really unique spot, actually. It's very rare that there's an overwhelming chip leader and then 3 people with basically identical stack sizes. So it becomes a weird spot, and Kale obviously is going to be able to maneuver this one quite comfortably, knowing how to perform here, but it does kind of come weird for the other stacks because they're not going to know if they're going to be the ones that need to be aggressive, because they can't really wait for other people to bust because they've all got a very similar stack size, right?
Yep.
So yeah, this one will be interesting for Kale to see how he proceeds. Does he sort of want to just keep applying maximum pressure, knowing that everyone has to sort of, you know, play sort of normally, or does he sort of chill out a little bit and let the mid stacks fight it off in a battle?
How many bigs are total in play? About 150, give or take? Yeah, that's about right. Just short?
Yeah,
46 or
just
something?
short of 150, I believe.
Kale finding the King 4 offsuit in the button. Good enough to put in a raise for him. And Joe just picking up the Ace 10 of diamonds in the big blind. So I'd imagine he's going to flick in a raise here.
It's interesting. He could come with a couple options, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, like, once again, when you're playing someone like Kale, it's easier to just sort of go all in, as I was about to say. Not face pressure. You are the shortest stack, although everyone is sort of even. And Kale obviously opening quite wide, so Ace 10 suited performs quite well in that configuration and does understand that exactly and does elect to go all in here. So quite nice. You maybe can call and just have some dominated hands, but it becomes a little bit gross to play out of position.
Especially against Kale too.
Especially against Kale, who you know is going to be aggro, so you're going to really have to prepare yourself to call down multiple streets with, you know, ace high or a middle pair or a weak top pair or something like that, depending on the board. And sometimes it's easier with these strong hands to just flick it in. But if you had a hand like ace king suited, he wouldn't be jamming for sure. He would elect to go for a 3-bet to a smaller size.
Great call. Round to Kale. Under the gun, finds the jacks.
Yeah, just finds another monster, Kale. It's his tournament to lose at the moment. He's been finding some monsters all night. And apart from the one bad beat, he's been
It's rock solid, really.
just dominating, yeah. It helps when a player of his stature runs hot. And
And MTech picks up the ace king. Sorry to cut you off there, Jacko. Puts the 3-bet into 4 million. Jacko, please, take it away.
Kale's not going to love this spot, just because he knows how tight Michael has been. But I think a hand like Pocket Jacks is too good, and I do think Kale will just put it in, obviously, which would be the standard play, but there may be a world where he just calls, but I would say 90% of the time he probably just wants to go all in here. It's obviously very standard to go all in, but Michael has been tired, and I'm sure Kale's been watching the stream or getting some people tell him when he's been on breaks what's sort of happening in the hands they've been playing. The first hand I remember specifically was Michael raising ace king. I think it was 4x instead of the 2x, and then jammed 5x on the river. On the flop on an ace 8-2 rainbow flop with ace king, and just showing that propensity to not want to play these hands. So he actually does go with call, which is definitely opponent based, I believe. He only has 25 big blinds effective, so this one's an all-in almost all the time, but specifically against Michael just reckons that he's got too much value here, and wow, this is...
And Michael's just going to jam it, and Kale's going to snap this off. I'd imagine he's asking for a count.
This is what I'm saying. Kale has like such an obvious call here. And because it's against Michael and he's playing really tight, he actually wants to fold jacks on 992, which is quite gross. So
Yeah.
I actually wouldn't be surprised if Kale folded, as absurd as this is, but calling is so standard, but I actually wouldn't fault him at all for folding.
I think he finds the call here.
I think he folds. I think he folds. I really do think he folds. It's he has to specifically think, because obviously Michael, he calls.
does call.
Okay.
He's got to see the good news. Good call from Kale there with the pocket jacks after you talk that hand through. So it's
Yeah.
ace king versus the pocket jacks.
He has to think that Michael's 3-rating very tight, which he is, and then he has to jam ace king for like 2x pot or something around those lines. So, yeah, quite brutal.
MT needing to find one of those 6 remaining outs. All pure outs. 3 aces, 3 kings. Off to the turn we go. Can Kale hold here? The 8 of diamonds does help him. And here comes the river. Ace or king only for MT. Otherwise, he will be eliminated in 4th. And the king comes in.
Goodness. When it's your day, it's your day. And
Michael just spikes it.
is sun running, going from 8 big blinds all the way up now to 54 big blinds in our overwhelming chip leader. So he's put himself in a great spot. And for the first time in a long time, Kale is now not the chip leader. So very brutal. He's going to felt hard done by there. And yeah, very unfortunate there for Kale. He's honestly played so well, and he's copped 2 brutal beats. And
that was one of them.
That was one of them, yeah.
So the king ball at the river.
He's going to be shattered with that.
So it looks like the players are going to go on a break for approximately 15 minutes. So we're going to take a break here ourselves, and we'll see you in 15 minutes, roughly at 11:15 local time here. This is the Aussie Millions, the 5K Challenge. Jackson Young, Josh Monk, bringing you the action.
Progress. It's relentless. Earned by pushing forwards through the setbacks and the wins, all for an opportunity that others might miss. 2 worlds driven by performance, guided by data, insights, and feel. It's never just a move, it's a mindset. Because better never settles.
Crown Bet is back in the game, built for the big moments in racing and sport, from a name you know. Bet with Crown Bet today.
Progress. It's relentless. Earned by pushing forwards through the setbacks and the wins, all for an opportunity that others might miss. Two worlds driven by performance, guided by data, insights, and feel. It's never just a move, it's a mindset. Because better never settles. Progress. It's relentless. Earned by pushing forwards through the setbacks and the wins, all for an opportunity that others might miss. Two worlds driven by performance, guided by data, insights, and feel. It's never just a move, it's a mindset. Because better never settles.
My big line.
And we are back to the action at the Aussie Millions 2026. Quite amazing that we're here, the resurrection of the biggest tournament this side of the world, some of the best structures. And you are looking at the final table, and 4 players remain. 464 started, four players remain, 5K entry, a prize pool of over $2.1 million, and a first prize of over $480,000. So we are now paying out in a big way, which is quite amazing. What can I say, Josh? I've got Josh Monk with me, and we are about to, well, we're on the final furlong. And this is the momentum on this final table is, you know, as usual, you think you got it, and it changes direction. So Jennifer, who's done so well in her patience, is starting to get paid off for that patience. You've got, she's got 21 million in chips. Kale, who's been a monster and probably the standout with over 30 million. Michael Tomini, what a story. You know, he was so card dead for so long on this final table, and if there's ever a lesson to be learned in how to be patient and be disciplined, you just had to watch Michael, and then he took his chances when he got him. Joe was a monster for the first half of this final table, and now he's sort of got 20 million, still very comfortable, but you know, we rejoin the action with Kale and Jennifer in a hand, and Kale's got Queen 7.
Yeah, Jennifer popped it up pre-flop under the gun. She made it 2 million to go, and Kale decided to call from the big blind.
Which he's done quite a few times. He's a defender of his big blind, right? He can play a wide range.
Blinds have gone up now. 500, 1 mil big blind ante.
1.5 million.
She bets 1.5 into the pot, which looks like more of a value bet than a protective one. And Kale's nowhere near it, so he folds.
With the internet hand?
Down. Yeah, that's
the Queen 7, the internet hand for the people who used to play online poker before it all got banned.
And just when you think you've got it pegged, Michael Tomini, the short stack for most of this final table, now sits atop. Quite a remarkable comeback, 42 million and change in chips. Kale Burns not too far behind. Jennifer Cassell really flying an amazing flag. Fantastic final table performance. And Joe Antar, who was probably the monster, the captain of this table for at least half of the final table. You know, he was involved in almost every hand. Whether he liked it or not, he got involved. And he played so well. He really was a little bit unconventional in his approach, and he really confused the players, which I thought was terrific poker. So anyway, it's anyone's game from here. Everybody's got enough chips to make something happen. Michael now, for the first time with a real big stack, starting to impose himself, and he raises the button.
Finds the Queen 3 of clubs here, round to Jennifer. Kale folded from the small. Jennifer's found the King Deuce offsuit. She's in the big blind. She needs a flick in. Just one big to come along here, which I'd imagine she's probably going to do. Forget about that. How about a raise instead,
That's
Paul?
why we're sitting here.
Great call. It gets Michael to fold, so MT's going to put that straight in the bin. Jen's going to pick up a few more chips there.
Oh, it's like they're listening to us.
There's the chip counts right there in the 5K challenge right here at Crown Casino, Melbourne, Victoria, Australia. Like Paul said, this is the Aussie Millions Championship 2026. 2.134 million in the prize pool. $482,405 up top for the winner of this particular event.
And just quietly, over on the other side of the same room, 57 entries into the 25K, and that's going to be open tomorrow. So now we're starting. Initially, I thought about 70, but now I'm starting to think north of 70 for a $25,000 entry. That is going to be huge. So make sure you tune into the coverage tomorrow to see what goes on in the $25,000 entry. Or, of course, if you find $25,000 in, down the side of the couch.
Yeah. Yeah, come in and have a bullet against those pros out there for sure. I know that Didier's out there. I think Angel Gillian is out there. There's a couple of absolute nages out there. So some crushers out there in the 25K. But forget about that for the time being. We've got 4 players remaining here in the 5K. All eyeing off that prize of $482,405 up top. $290,280 for second. $188,895 for third. And the next person to be eliminated is going to pick up just short of $150K at $141,725. As we see a raise from the small blind. Jennifer Castle here to 3.1 million. And action back around to Joe. Just going to fold the big blind there. Can't find a hand with the Queen 6 off.
You can see there the activity, right? The voluntary putting your chips into the middle. That's the stat that Sam Cale has been aggressive. Him and Joe have pretty much been the most aggressive players at this final table. And in the lead up in the final, in the tables just before the final table sat, they were consistent with that aggression.
Right.
Always active, always looking to make moves, and you've got to admire the way they can play so dynamically and for such long periods of time.
Yeah.
We talk about fatigue in these tournaments. I mean, these guys have been playing this is the 3rd day of this event, and you've got to be playing your best at the end. It's quite an ask.
Okay, finding the 5-2 off here under the gun. He's going to put that into the muck. Round to Jennifer. Picks up the 10-9, the 4-side for those people who like to play a bit of Baccarat, the 4-side 10 into the 4-side 9. Nice little combo if you play that game. She's going to raise it up. Round to MT, finds the 10-3 of spades.
It makes a call.
And does make a call from the big blind. Equities in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. After the flop we go here. The flop comes a couple of 6s and a jack, 2 spades. So MT's picked up the flush draw. Jen out with a mild equity lead at the moment.
Michael checks and Jennifer now bets 1.3. Michael calls. We go to a turn and it is a 4 of diamonds. So no help, but action will be quickly on Michael checks. Back to Jennifer. Will she fire again? Use position. 8 million plus in the pot. Jennifer in the lead in this hand. But we'll check here. Michael doesn't want to go away. And the river's a 9 of hearts. So opportunity right here. Jennifer has hit the river. And look at this. Michael checks. Jennifer with the best hand. Michael with a busted draw. Don't think Jennifer will be extracting any more value here, so really taking her time. Like her game at this final table.
I think she just checks back behind here. She can also put in a bet, but I think just checking behind here is probably a pretty smart play, which is what she does.
Yeah, so Jennifer will take a pot of just over 8 million here, and what a turnaround for both these players, really. Jennifer just under 30 million and Michael at around 40. It's a real tide turn for these players. So, like you said, Josh, the next place finisher with $141,000 payout.
If you don't mind.
It's really serious money now.
Have a look at this. Cale's gone down to 3rd in chips. It's funny to see that, he's such a crusher, and he did obviously cop that massive bad beat just before the break with the ace king of MT into his jacks on the 9-9 deuce board, the 8 of diamonds on the turn, and then the king at the river for MT that catapulted him into the chip lead here at this feature and final table of the 5K.
Well, you can't do it on skill alone, but the truth is every player here's, what do they say? You've got to crack aces once or twice, and you've got to have aces once or twice to win a tournament. So by that rationale, I think what goes around comes around, and the variance is going to who's it going to land on? You know, who's the person that ends up with the luck at the end? Is it going to be Michael?
C3 call.
I don't know, but he's been stoic, a real show of discipline. Very impressed. Not a bad guy either.
That's about it.
The biggest understatement of all time.
MT just limping in from the small blind, and Cal's going to check back his option with the Queen 7 internet hand again. So heads up action going to the flop here, and the flop comes 4-8-6. Rainbow, MT with top pair and a jack kicker, and Cal has picked up the gut shot to make the straight. Could also spike a queen to take this one away from Michael. I imagine he's probably going to peel one off here for 2 million. He's an excellent post-flop player, Cal Burns, and he does elect to peel one off, so here comes the turn card.
Well, it's a 10 of spades.
No help to Cal, and MT's going to go for another barrel here, Paul Curry.
He certainly does. 7 million in the pot.
It's got a bit like 4 and a bit.
5 million.
5 million, so quite a sizable bet here. Question asked of Cale now.
Cale now can make a straight also with a 9. Double gutser. Short for double gut shot. Can hit the 9 to make the straight to the 10, or the 5 to make the straight to the 8.
Look at this.
He's going to come along.
Yeah, it's an expensive call.
Very expensive. Here we go to the river. This is a 3 of hearts.
hearts.
Absolutely no help to Cal whatsoever. Checkmark goes to MT, as you can see.
Now, does he look to take it away from him?
Mm,
Is that
I'd
why
love to see that
Cale's
play.
calling that turn? Because look at this, Michael, with no nonsense.
10.
Wow. That's a thunderous bet.
C3 bets.
You got to love this for Michael.
Yeah.
Bets out 10 million. He's gone for 3 barrels.
You would have thought that Cale had an opportunity to maybe take this away from him if it's a sizable value bet, but that's a real statement bet from Michael. He's taken that move away, 10 million. I don't think Cale can do anything from here.
He has to lay it down. Taps the table. Says
That
nice
is
hand.
really a very impressive hand of poker from Michael, especially on with that river bet, because for me, I was waiting for a raise or a move from Cale, and he's very, very capable of doing that. Michael Tomney, he's just sort of starting to pull ahead a little bit from the rest of the field, and Jennifer right next to him.
45 bigs or 45 million. The blinds
45 million. And of course, Jennifer with now nearly 34 million. So the two, I've got to say, Joe and Cale have monstered this table for almost most of the time that we've been watching. And now
the tides a little
the
bit
tides have
turned.
completely turned.
C1.
Some of this momentum is going to be very telling in the main event as it starts tomorrow, the big one. $10,500 entry, main event day 1, and then of course we've got 58 players now in the 25k entry, the high roller, and that will pick up tomorrow as well. So the action will only get bigger and better and more intense and kind of crazier.
C5 call.
Here at the Aussie Millions, finally back after 6 years, the 2026 Aussie Millions, thanks to Crown Bet.
C7.
So Cale here limping in from the small blind. And Jennifer's going to check her option in the big here, Paul. So heads up action.
The flop comes 10, deuce 7,
C5.
rainbow flop. Action on Jennifer, she checks over to Cale. Cale now with 18 million. Will check.
Cale's going to check from the small blind. So action background to JC. Jennifer Castle. played absolutely outstandingly here at this feature and final table. Paul, I know you were commentating on a few of those hands before I came into the building, and been very impressed.
Not,
She's gonna check it
not
back.
unlike Michael in some ways.
Yeah,
a little
absolutely.
bit more card heavy, right? She's had her hands here. Kale hits a 3 on the turn. We're still waiting for Jennifer's hands to come through, so we can have a bit of fun here.
Yeah, yeah. The unknown hand. Yeah. I don't think she's put her cards over the RFID reader correctly. That's why you can't quite see them at the moment, but they might show up later. If not, we won't be able to see it.
Kale checks his option, even though he struck the 3. He's being very cautious. 3 million in the pot.
It's going to go check on the turn. So here comes the river.
River's an ace of clubs.
I'd imagine Kale, I should say, here is going to check, and I imagine Jennifer's probably going to check back as well.
Unless, of course, she has a hand that I might put her on, like
4-5.
Ace 9.
Ace 9. Okay.
Although I think she might have raised pre-flop, so maybe it's weaker. Look at this. Kale makes a value bet, and he's going to make me a fool. Watch this. See, that was easy for those at home. Make me a fool.
There we go.
No trouble at all.
Kale there, just betting out the min. Just one big there on the river and getting it done. Obviously, Jennifer didn't have any part of that. There's the chip accounts in front of you. They are playing for all the cheese. $482,405 up top, Paul. Isn't that just an outstanding prize?
So much
Paul?
value.
Gee whiz.
Really, it's about the players at home going, am I good enough for the Aussie Millions? And these, I was talking to Billy the Croc before, and we were talking about the kind of fields that you're looking for when you're trying to test yourself and understand whether you're good enough. Every player thinks they're good enough, but deep down inside that imposter syndrome kicks in. So which are the tournaments that you're sort of comfortable investing in to see? These are the kind of events, you're playing with world-class players, but there's also quite a lot of soft money.
Yes,
There's
absolutely.
a lot of satellite entries.
Yep.
And, they're the good fields to get into. So that's the beauty of the Aussie Millions series. It's got so many events, and there's lots of value, and there's lots of great poker and great world-class players. So you'll find yourself sitting next to them as we've been watching this entire tournament, and we're only 3 days into our coverage. Tomorrow will be really interesting because the 25K, some of these guys have rebought, which, 25K plus a couple extra. I say it, I'm a working class guy. I'm still, 30 years in the game, and I still can't quite understand it.
Anyway, so there's been a raise from Kale on the button. Joe's decided to defend his big blind. The flop comes down Queen 8 King. So top pair for Kale and bottom pair for Joe. Joe's going to check from the big blind here, back round to Kale. He did show a little bit of aggression pre-flop, so I'd imagine he's going to c-bet here or camouflage his hand and just check back the flop. See what he chooses to do. It's got 19 million or 19 bigs in play. The blinds here are 500k, 1 million with a 1 million big blind ante. So costing about 2.5 million every single orbit. He's going to bet 1.2 million into Joe here, who has flopped bottom pair and does have backdoor clubs working for him. Obviously he can spike 2 pair or trips on the turn also. Let's see how Joe deciphers this hand.
It's interesting to see the way that poker players adjust when their stacks change, in terms of size. Look,
Yeah, great shout.
Joe was quite, loose and aggressive and willing to invest, whereas now he really needs to think about every hand because one wrong decision, one wrong, here he's going to call this bet of 1.2 million, but these bets are starting to seem more expensive with a smaller stack.
Well, he's just popped it up here, believe it or not, to 3.6 mil, yeah.
I apologise. So Joe trying to take the ascendancy.
So action background here to Kale, so 3x the bet from Kale, so Kale, action back on him. It's going to cost him 2.4 million to call.
And it looks like he's going to do that. You can probably hear some laughter from the gallery. That's the kind of laugh that scares me because I'm never really sure whether it's a happy or a sad laugh. What an interesting turn card.
Yeah. Have a look at this turn card. Brings in the 6 of clubs. So now Joe's got bottom pair with the
Flush
club straw. Yep.
Yeah. And Kale with top pair still. These two have been really, really entertaining to watch, I must say. I mean, really class poker from the two of them. you'd want to watch this back if you were a player who was aspiring to play Aussie Millions and say, what can I get out of this by watching these guys to learn? So if you're ever at home and thinking to yourself, I need to learn, watch the webcast back.
Yeah.
You know, these are the kind of guys, you don't get this kind of insight every day, and we're able to.
Joe, after check raising flop here, is going to check the turn. Put the action back on Kale. Does have the best hand at the moment, but as you can see, Joe has 12 clean outs at the top of your screen. An 8-4 all clubs.
Gotta love these time cards.
Yeah, the blockbuster. I heard you. Yeah, I heard you earlier today calling them the blockbuster cards. Yeah.
You know, we're in a room where half the people don't even know what blockbuster is.
Good call. I did laugh at that when I was watching it back at home. I found out that Ben Blasker used to work for Video Easy. I think that was around before Blockbuster.
Respect.
Or maybe around the same time at least.
5 for $10, Ben,
Yeah,
on a Tuesday.
Yeah,
I remember, mate. I was never on time.
Neither was anybody, to be honest. He's going to check back his option here, Cowan. Here comes the river. Can it bring in a club? It doesn't, but it brings in 2 pair, though.
Oh, wow.
And Joe's got the check mark next to his name, making 2 pair with the 8-4 of clubs here, spiking at 4 of spades at the river.
So Kale taking a little bit of a turn left in terms of momentum.
Yeah.
At one stage, Kale went really hot, you know, decimating the former champion. And now, all of a sudden...
in a world of hurt
yeah,
himself.
Yeah, a little bit of hurt.
10 seconds.
So Joe's going to use one of those time banks to figure out how much value he wants to try to extract out of his 8-4 of clubs.
The chat. So it seems more of our chat viewers have remember Video Easy.
It looks like Joe's going to go for a big polarising bet here. He's grabbing a lot of chips. He might be moving the whole lot in here and leaving a few behind. He does. He leaves a couple behind. We have seen this play been made a few times before, so he's going to basically jam his entire chip stack in, leaving just a couple of chips behind.
Kale now with a really big decision.
And Kale's actually asking the dealer for a full count. So let's see if Kale can get away from this one. Flop top pair. The board's come out pretty dry, to be fair, Paul Curry.
It's very difficult to put him on a hand here.
I'd agree.
Very difficult.
11.2. 11.2.
Yeah, he's just got to figure, is his king good?
Like King 10 or King Jack, bro? How do you do that? King 10 or King Jack? I suppose Queen 8 could have King 8, 11.2, 13 whatever.
Kale's now thinking through the hands.
Bluff, that's King, fold, 3. 11.2, right?
11.2 mil.
11.2 million to call. Kale.
Call.
Wow.
And he has elected to call. He's going to see the bad news, the 2 pairs, 8s and
Oh
4s.
my goodness.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good all in, right?
I really like that from Kale there, talking through that hand. I don't know if the people at home could pick up the table mic there, Paul, but that was outstanding.
Oh, wow. Kale Burns. He is coughing up. We're just waiting to confirm how much of his stack that is. He's still got a few million left.
It would have cost him 75% of his stack or more there.
At
So he's
one
down to-
stage, Kale Burns had 53 million in chips, and now Joe Antar has climbed back up the leaderboard to 35 at the expense of Kale Burns, who now has 4.3 million in chips left. This has been quite a roller coaster. I mean, and that's understating it. Kale went from, you know, he was monstering the table, but then fired out ahead of everybody, and he was looking to crush everything. And now he's had a real run of, you know, poor river cards, I could say.
Fair enough.
And then now he's looking in real trouble. You can hear Danny McDonough running the world of poker here at Crown. He's got so many things on. There's also an over and under on how many steps that guy does a day. We're going to bring that through the tournament series.
Beautiful.
At the
I like
moment,
that.
we're between 20 and 30,000 a day.
Would have
and
to
if
be.
you've met Danny, you might think that's a little light.
So a couple of comments coming in for Kale in the chat, obviously.
Yeah, unlucky, especially on that river. But still lots of support for the players. Kale, come on, Kale. Some people predicting that Kale might get a little bit of a run here. And then, I mean, you know, bad luck aside, Cale's form's blistering. One of the best players in this country at the moment, and has been for some time. Now,
Cale might have to put this in here.
yeah, he's got under the gun with a suited connector, and he's really thinking about it.
He does. He's going to whack it, which is the correct play. Did he leave a chip behind, or?
To 4.2 million.
Yeah, so he's left 100k behind.
One fold.
And this is for the reveal, of course, right? To protect the reveal so they can fold their hand if they want to.
Fold.
And he's going to take it down unopposed this time. So just a little bit more relief. Other players going, no, we don't want to double Cale up. We've seen what he can do when he gets the chips. He's now up to 6.8. A long way to go.
Straight into the big blind now, though. So it's going to cost him a couple of million. That's the reason for why you got to jam there under the gun with a 6-7 of diamonds.
What an amazing tournament it's been, and this is just the beginning of the series. Cale Burns. What a roller coaster.
So, yeah, I mean, he's down here to 6.8 bigs now, Cale, but still a force to be reckoned with. He can win any tournament with any amount of chips, so don't count him out too soon. Hopefully I haven't put the moz on him. As we get back to Joe Antar here on the button. He's got the Jack 4 offsuit. He folds around to MT. Found the King 3 of spades here. As Ben Blasky joins me back in the commentary booth. Paul's going to duck out and do some production stuff. Ben, good to have you back.
I'm sorry my voice isn't quite as sultry as Paul's, but I'll...
Nobody's is.
I'll do
Don't
my
worry
best.
about it. He's got the best voice, the absolute nut chompers on that guy, yeah?
Yep, it's a famous voice.
Yep.
Maybe I'll just talk a bit deeper.
Yeah.
But certainly Cale has had some pretty tough beats.
Yeah, he made a call there before Bennett. I don't know if you saw it on the stream, but flopped top pair and got outdrawn at the river by Joe, who took a big chunk of change out of Cale's stack. And that's what's led him down to 4.8 bigs. But again, it's Cale Burns, so anybody who knows him knows that any chips in his vicinity are dangerous. As we get back to the action here, Joe picks up the 10-5 of clubs under the gun. First to act, 35 million in chips. MT with Daniel Negreanu's hand in the old 10-7. That's his favourite hand. He's going to pop it up and make it 2 million to go. Blinds are 500,000, 1 million, 1 million big blind ante. Cale's going to get out the way in the small blind, and Jennifer picking up the queens. So we might see some action here. Obviously, a raise will be coming in here. How much is she going to 3-bet at 2 is the question. She's counting out about 5 million there, so just get confirmation from the dealer on that shortly.
C7 raised to 6 million.
Pop it up and make it 6 million here, Ben. And MT's just going to get out the way with the 10-7 offsuit, as he should.
So it's certainly been a massive turnaround we've seen over the past hour or so of play. Well, I mean, really, for Cale, the first hand that went against him was that case 4 on the river.
Yeah.
I mean, he would have had over 100 big blinds.
Right. Oh, wow. Okay.
And he would have had every other player covered if he had won that pot. And then, of course, the Jack's hand. And then, as you say, the 2 pair against Joe on the river there. So just a couple of unfortunate spots for Cale, really. Could have probably had this whole thing done and dusted, had luck run his way.
C3, 1 million to fold.
Michael folds the 5-4 off. Round to Cale. Cale's got a hand.
Pocket 7s.
Expect
These will get in for sure on the button.
No doubt about that.
He's just got to jam the whole lot. Doesn't keep any chips behind. So he's going to whack it in here for 4.3 million. 4.3 bigs.
C7 folds.
And Jennifer's found the 9-5 suited, and
C1.
Joe Antar's found the Doyle Brunson, the 10 deuce offsuit. RIP to the big man.
He's
Actually has left 100k behind. I didn't see that. Cale Burns. It looked like he picked up his entire stack, so maybe hiding one just underneath the arm there. Joe's going to throw in a blockbuster or video easy card, also known as the time bank, to make a decision here. Flicks in a call.
So he's priced in there, Joe.
So Cale in a pretty good spot here to double through Joe. He's got 70% equity and a pair of sevens here. Joe needs to find a 10 ball, a couple of deuces and a 10 straight
there it is.
on the flop. So now Cale in a world of hurt. Joe's going to bet out the 100k that Cale has remaining. Unfortunately for Cale, he has to flick it in.
Not much you can do here, Cale.
He's got no real choice here but to flick in the call here and hope to guide his opponent has just a draw. But obviously we can see the whole cards here and Joe's flop top pair, so Cale's not going to like this. He does flick it in disgust a little bit. Can hit some backdoor spades as well and backdoor cards to make it straight, but at the moment, as you can see, Joe miles out in front. 82% equity here to bust out Cale in fourth. And here comes the turn card. Brings in the 8 of spades. What a big card there. So any spade, any 9, any 5 for Cale, or a 7. It's to fade the entire deck, and the river card comes the ace of clubs. No good for Cale. Cale eliminated in fourth position here, Ben, for 141,725k.
Yep, throwing in those time banks won't help either, so...
and shakes all round there.
Well, that locks up 189,000 for our 3 remaining players. So that's, wow, what a day at the office, or a week at the office for these guys.
And easily the most dangerous player at that table also getting eliminated. So for the remaining players, they might be pretty happy that Cale is no longer in this event.
Yeah, no doubt they've all got their eyes on that 482,000 now. And they're all thinking they're a pretty decent chance at a massive payday. I mean, either way, whatever happens from here, they're all pretty happy, right?
Yeah,
they all
no
go home
doubts.
with a bit of cash.
Too many out syndrome indeed there for Cale. What was it, a 5-9 spade or a 7?
Well,
Couldn't find any of them.
We've seen a few of those today, haven't
Yeah,
we?
we have.
Too many outs to hit.
But GG's in the chat there for Cale Burns. Anyway, we're down to 3-handed action. Jennifer, first to act on the button, finds the worst hand in poker, 7 deuce off. Cale is walking out the door here with 141,000 though, 725 bucks, so decent day at the office, some might say.
I believe Cale is jumping straight into the 25k as well, so
Oh, is he?
wasting no time.
Right, straight to the registration desk.
Yep, why
Give me a
not?
ticket, straight in. As we're going to heads up action here, King 3 versus the 9-8 of MT. So Joe versus Michael. On flop comes Ace 10. 4, 2 hearts. No hearts in either of the players' hands here. Joe at the moment out with the lead. King high.
C1 bets, 1 million, C3 folds.
Joe's just going to bet it and MT has to fold. So a few more chips going Joe's way here, up to 42 bigs.
I mean, it's all pretty even now.
Yeah,
between
anybody's
the 3 of
game.
them.
Great call. Somebody's chucked that into chat there. About 140k better than me today. I would agree. It's probably about $141,725 better than me today. Did not make $1 in the office today. That's okay. Some days are like that. 3-handed action. This is event number 8, the 5K challenge. No limit hold'em. This is day number 3. Live on a 30-minute delay on YouTube. The Aussie Millions Championship 2026 brought to you by CrownBet. Prize pool in this event was $2,134,000. First prize is going to pick up just short of $500,000, $482,405. Second prize, $290,280, and third will pick up $188,895 for their efforts in this event. As we see some heads-up action here, comes Deuce 5-8 And MT just flopping 2 pair and Jennifer flopping top pair here, so could see some fireworks. Michael with bottom 2 pair, Jennifer with top pair on a 5-8 deuce board.
We're certainly going to get a bit of action here. Jen would be thinking she's in a pretty good spot here. No reason she would think otherwise.
Yeah, Jack on the turn would be fireworks, I'd imagine. As Obsessed Lamb says, better than Jacko, he's down $50. He took the unders, I believe, on 600 players into the main, so that money's dead.
Just about get that in satellites.
Yeah, I reckon you're probably right. Probably be something like 400 uniques or something like that from satellites, I'd imagine, by the end of it.
Looked like another 25 or so satellites tonight. Tickets giving away.
So there was a bet there from MT and a call from Jen. MT, as you can see, has the best hand at the moment. 5s and deuces. Can get counterfeited now if a repeat 6 comes. But MT doesn't care. He's going to bet 5 million, I should say, straight into Jen, who still has top pair.
Be tough for Jen to really try and figure out exactly what Michael has here.
Just confirming how much the bet was with the dealer. 5 million is correct, and she does flick in a call. She needs to find a Jack 6 or an 8 at the river here. And the river card brings in the Barry Greenstein, the ace of spades at the river. MT with the check mark next to his name. Got this one locked up. He doesn't care about the ace. He's going to fire one more barrel right here. And here it is.
Just a nice big chunk of chips there from Michael.
Bets a column. And Jen's going to lay that down. So MT picking up another healthy pot there, Ben Blasky.
Yeah, I mean, we watched MT for a lot of today, just sort of grinding the short stack, just surviving, hanging on. And then the right time comes and finds himself in a pretty good spot for a massive payday.
Brad Oz coming in there. Shout out to America. Let's go MT. Love your work, Monko. I appreciate that, Brad. Brad also from the States, following his countryman here, MT. Brad has also played quite a lot of hands with MT, so a lot of love for MT in the chat.
Yeah, representing is MT from Louisiana.
He is from Louisiana, yeah. I had to correct myself, yeah, earlier, Ben. I originally said California because I was looking him up on the internet just before to find out what his stats were. It did say somewhere in LA. So I gambled and went California and then found out after the break he's actually from Louisiana. So there you have it.
Well, apparently MT told us his wife rang up and was listening to the stream and said, just
right,
saw them from Louisiana.
Sure.
So
there you go.
We thank Mrs. MT for correcting us.
Yeah. Talking about MT, he has popped it up here with a 9-8 off, making it 2.5 million to go. And Joe Antar from the big blind is going to come along with the Queen 9 offsuit, and the flop comes Jack 5-9. So a pair for both of them here. Joe flopping a pair of 9s with a Queen kicker, and MT here with a pair of 9s with an 8 kicker. Michael looking to try and find one of the 3 remaining 8s in the deck. And I love the way that MT plays. It's super quick. Yeah, he doesn't take too long to make a decision.
Doesn't need that shot clock, does he?
No, forget about them. So check from Joe, 3 million from MT. Back to Joe now. Flicks in the call. Here comes the turn. The turn brings in the King of Clubs. Does give Joey now a gut shot to make the straight. It's going to go check, check, and heartbeat there. No thinking whatsoever. River card brings in the ace of diamonds. So Joe Antar with a check mark next to his name. Pair of 9s with the Queen kicker.
Well, just getting a little worse for both players each street.
He's actually got the nut 9, and MT's going to show the 9-8, and Joe's going to see he has the winning hand. Pair of 9s, ace, king, queen. Best 5 card hand.
C1 card is the 8-9. Sorry, C1 cards was the Queen 9. And
Paul Curry, the lead commentator anchor, doing some jokes in the background here that we're laughing at. Jackson Young sitting down at the moment. I believe that Jacko is going to come in and take the microphone away from me, so it most likely will be Jacko with Ben Blasky to call this one out for tonight. If not, with Paul Curry for the time being, just before he jumps into the box, we might call one more hand, or Jacko just doing the little stroll here over into the comm booth. So we might just call this hand Ben, and then Jacko can come straight in. Jennifer Castle here picking up the Michael Jordan offsuit, the 2-3 on the button. She has to put that straight in the bin. Joe Antar finds the Queen 4 offsuit in the small blind. Just going to limp in with Queen High, fair enough. And MT's found the connecting cards of 8-7 offsuit. So heads up action here. Pot is worth 3 million. Blinds are 500k, 1 million, 1 million. The flop comes Queen 9 Jack. So Joe Antar here flopping top pair. Michael Tomini finding the gut shot, needs to find the 10 ball. Joe's going to check his option with the best hand. MT doesn't care, he's just going to fire it out. 2 million. See if he can take this one away from Joe.
Joe being very deliberate, as he has been all day. Certainly going to be calling here.
Joe calls, here comes the turn, brings in a 7, so another pair, or a pair I should say, for MT. But he is behind to that queen pair of Joe. A lot of commotion going on in the background. A lot of big time notable players out here in the fields, especially in this 25k.
3.5 million.
It looks like Joe checked his option from the small blind. I believe MT bet 3.5 million if I heard the dealer correctly, which he did. Action back on Joe here. He's going to flick in the call. So can MT suck out again with a 10, 8 or 7? Here comes the river, brings in a repeat jack. Check mark next to Joe's name here with queens and jacks. Joe's going to check, and MT is almost certainly going to check behind, which he does instantaneously. And Joe's going to pick up 7.5 million in chips here, as I'm going to leave the comm booth here and bring in the man, the myth, the legend, the one and only Jackson Young. Cheerio from me tonight. Thank you very much, Ben. Appreciate being in here.
It's been fun. So as Jackson makes his way into the booth, we've got a split hair between Joe and MT, and then Jen bringing up the rear, but still quite healthy with 22 big blinds. We see not a whole lot difference between the aggression frequency between the three players. Certainly Joe was very aggressive early on today in the final table, but sort of all come back into line. And Jackson, when you were here earlier, we had Cale Burns way out in front, but tables have turned.
Yeah, it is surprising to me. Obviously must have taken a couple of brutal beats. He was the overwhelming chip leader for a bit. Pretty stiff not to be the overwhelming chip leader, even more so when he got rivered with a one-outer Kings versus pocket fours. And unfortunately, that's just how it works sometimes. And he sees himself out in fourth, which is a shame. I'm sure he's going to be very upset with that one, knowing how much this tournament is up top. But 3 contenders left, and one of them's going to take it home.
So Jen with the top pair there with the King 9. I'm not sure what Joe's holdings are here. Checks it.
Yeah, there's not going to be a heap of hands that he wants to bet there in a three-way pot. So it's probably on the weaker side. Doesn't have a huge hand, I would say. But interesting for Jen, does pick up the second nut flush draw with that King of Diamonds, so her hand's going to perform quite well. But Michael also picking up top pair, so this could be an interesting pot, depending on what Joe elects to do, which he does look like he's going to bet, and I would assume that both players are probably going to stick along with the call.
Yeah, so we've got a certainly interesting hand developing here between the three players.
Wow.
We were just discussing earlier that MT doesn't waste any time with
Yeah.
his decisions. He certainly he knows what he's going to do. He does it quickly.
Yeah, and he's just pretty much raised that one straight away, and I think Joe just quickly folds, so Michael, with the best hand, takes that one down.
So Joe and MT going back and forth. Both sitting quite comfortably there.
Yeah, Jen the clear shortest stack now, so she's going to have to wait to find a good spot to try find a double up, but both these two big stacks are going to be trying to get her out and secure that $102,000 pay jump, which is just absurd. So she's going to be hoping that those two big stacks tangle and one of them can bust each other, and then she's going to have to take down the huge challenge of beating one of them if they've got 100 big blinds to her 20. But anything's possible.
No matter what happens, I believe this will be Jen's biggest life score.
Yeah, I'd be shocked, to be honest, if it wasn't all of theirs. I mean, maybe Joe's played a lot of big tournaments and a lot of deep runs, but it's very rare to cash for 200,000 almost. So
Pretty sure Joe had a 250,000 last year. So if he moves up one more spot, it'll be definitely be his biggest then as well. So I mean, for all of these players, this is a significant score.
yeah,
In the context of their careers.
It can't be understated how important it is to win this. Like, obviously coming third is such a great prize of 188,000, but if you just get two more ladders, you get 482,000, and I know for a fact that I'd prefer $300,000 extra. So you got to run good, you got to play good, and got to be locked in. Try to take this one down.
It's such a unique dynamic we have in poker where you can play for 3 days, you've got a massive score already locked up, but the pressure doesn't ease because there is so much money on the table there.
That's insane. Honestly, you're never happy unless you come first, right? Second is obviously such a great score, but it's so bittersweet because, yeah, you just cash for it. Let's say one of them busts now for 188,000. You've almost left 300,000 on the table, and there's not going to be many chances in poker to play for that amount of money and be so close. So it's quite a brutal game, and if you don't be the one to take it home, most likely you're quite disappointed. So Joe's just thinking here, I don't think my opponent has ace-x. I mean, if he's going to call, he's obviously not thinking that. So Jen's obviously got zero showdown in her hand and elected to try to get a hand like king high. I don't think ace high is ever folding, but I think king high, queen, jack high can fold. And even a hand like nine high, just try to get that to fold. Obviously, it's a limp pot, so anything's possible. He's definitely not folding any pair. She's bet 1.7 big blinds, so nothing too big. So I think Joe's going to get curious here and might flick this one in, but don't blame him for folding either. Really nicely timed bluff from Jen as she chips up to 20.9 million chips.
He looked like he was a little curious there, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bet saying basically, I'm bluffing and I need to take this pot down, or I've got a big hand, and obviously that's called a bluff catcher, and that's what he was deliberating against himself, and does elect to fold, which is fine. Jen obviously is capable of bluffing, so there are players that you definitely just pure want to fold against, but someone like Jen with her caliber, you can get curious in those spots, and I do think if he had ace high, he would have pretty comfortably made a call, but does just like to fold that one on the river.
We've got the 25K has come to an end for the night. 58 entries, 27 players remaining, but registration is open tomorrow through the first level, I should say. So I expect we'll get a number of people coming in and late regging tomorrow morning. Four spades on the board here, so I'm not sure what Jen has, but it's not a great board for MT's hand.
Yeah, he's going to have to pretty comfortably fold this one, I would assume, to any action. And Jen takes down another pot, so building nicely.
Thanks for the nice comments in the stream from Robert. I've learned a lot from it too.
It's always great watching high-class players play and just trying to figure out what they're doing and get a bit of an understanding. Even I'm learning, which is great. Anytime you can watch some really good players play, you're going to learn something. And you know, whether it's something simple, just like how they play their pre-flop hands, or you know, the actions they decide on rivers and betting for value, just little things like that. And I think everyone in the stream's enjoying it, which is great. Yeah.
We obviously enjoy seeing, big clashes, but what I've really enjoyed is just the little mini battles, blind versus blind, and see what players do when they don't have a whole lot of anything. But
well, that's the beauty of poker, because most of the time when you're actually playing, like, sure, it's not going to make an Instagram reel or a YouTube short of these small pots, but the amount of times that you can win these small ones, that's what actually makes you into a winning tournament player. And these little small pots are very, very beneficial for you. So yeah, I think it's definitely better to understand these smaller spots over just these, getting an ace king versus pocket jacks and winning a flip. Obviously that's easy, anyone can do that and just get lucky winning a 50-50, but it's these small ones and trying to figure out how they do it and understanding the ins and the outs of those places. As we see Jen turning her hand into a bluff, which I quite like.
Slightly connected board.
Yeah, this is a hand I wouldn't be shocked. Obviously, both players can have flushes. Both players can have an 8 for a better straight. Jen being the big blind, she can check, she can bet. I don't hate betting. Just trying to get your opponent to fold the chop, if that is the case, and she does go for it. 8 million, which is quite a huge bet actually, and this is sometimes the best position when you're out of position on these chop boards, is that you actually have the betting lead, so you can make it. It's very very antsy for Joe to just go all in here or call, because Jennifer can actually have a flush. Obviously she doesn't in this case. That's why these spots are so hard, and he does lay that one down.
Incredibly polarising, that sort of bet.
Yeah.
And Joe calling for a split pot, I mean, it's tough.
You never want to call for a split pot. It's one of the most brutal spots you can be in poker, so definitely understand why he folded there, even though he probably would have been chopping that one, I would say 95% of the time. Stacks are getting a bit closer now. Jen's sort of catching up. When I joined the booth 10 minutes ago, it was more like 50, 47 and 20. And now it's 43, 43, 29. So she's won a nice couple of pots for the last 5 minutes, and she's climbing up the leaderboard.
And she's done it with real aggression. She's done it without too much. She's just been firing, forcing folds.
Yeah, when three-handed, obviously everyone's got a wide range, so you are gonna a lot of the time need to show aggression and bluff, because you are fighting for a big blind and a big blind ante every pot. So there's a lot of money in the pot, and this could be a fun one. So Jen's flopped middle pair and Joe's flopped a gut shot. And this will be one of those pots where it's most likely the most aggressive opponent will win. Or if Jen wants to just check call this one all the way down. But Joe does elect to check back. Interesting turn.
Yeah, that certainly gives a few more outs to Joe.
Yeah, I don't think Jen's going to want to bet this one. Her hand's just too good to bet fold, so I think she's definitely going to want to check this one, and then facing a small bet can quite easily call over one street. And we see Joe now turning his hand into a bluff with just 7 high. Can only win this one with a 10 or a 5 on the river, but as we know in poker, it's not the only way to win a hand. Is you can also blow your opponent off a better hand. Joe realising that 7 high is never good and potentially can put Jen in a tough spot with a hand like exactly what is she's holding. An 8 obviously has a gut shot to come along with it, but that's a pretty good river, I would say, for Joe to continue his story, saying that he's got a jack, saying that maybe he has an ace or a 2 pair.
Joe just contemplating what he wants to try and push Jen off. Of course, Jen has 4th pair. So Joe choosing a good time to apply some pressure. Jen putting in the time bank, thinking hard about this. Joe's bet 4 million.
This would be a really insanely good call. Probably doesn't love having a 7 in her hand, just blocking some of the 7-6s. Even though Joe does have that hand, it obviously is just less combinations of that, having one, but maybe just spidey senses tingling a little bit. 4th pair. Understanding that Joe maybe doesn't have a lot of aces because he checked back pre-flop, so he's kind of saying that he's got a jack, and she does call. Wow.
Yeah, that's a
well
huge
done.
call from Jen.
Unbelievable. Really impressed with her game. She's quite solid, and there's another big pot going her way, and she's now pretty much, she's now tied with Joe essentially for 2nd and 3rd in chips. So they're both, they're all pretty much now even. This could make for a very interesting final 3.
Every hand we're seeing, quite significant swings in where each player sits.
Yeah.
They're not scared to play, which is great to watch.
Michael's been the biggest one for sure. He started this day very short, and now he's chip leading, so it goes to show that anything's possible, and if the cards go your way and you make some good reads and play well, that you can take this one down.
1 million.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of just really disciplined play throughout these past couple of days. Just being patient, waiting for your spots, not burning off chips unnecessarily.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is torture stack and become the shorter stack now. So I think all stacks are going to be chilling out quite a little bit here and not wanting to go too crazy, just picking off some spots where they think is the right spot to go for it. As we see Joe flopping middle pair. Michael turning bottom pair, so this one could get a little bit interesting. Both players now have a little bit of something. Joe may think his hand is potentially okay to bet for value now because Michael snap checked back the flop, so he is looking to go for a value bet here, and he does go for a small bet, 1.5 big blinds. And I think Michael probably has to call at least one. But looks like he has other intentions and going for raise, so definitely plays a bit above the rim, Michael, MT. And this is the spot you don't want to be in as Joe. So he probably identified his opponent doesn't have a lot of jacks. So he probably thinks his opponent is full of it or turned a really strong hand. So he's got to work out what he thinks. We both seen Michael being quite tight in some spots on this feature table. But in other spots, he's been quite loose and willing to go for it. Michael will need a queen or a four to win this one, and Joe's just rivered the trip, so...
Yeah, well, interesting to see what Michael does now, but Joe's not going anywhere, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think Joe's contemplating if he wants to lead here or let Michael potentially bluff it off. If he thinks Michael is under-bluffing, then he might just go for a lead here and can do so with a couple of bluffs as well, but I think if he checks, Michael's going to snap check this one back, beating heart draws and some straight draws, and Joe's cutting out a bet now. 9 million, so it goes massive. As we said, very polar. And Michael's gonna... Did Michael stick in the call? I believe he did.
Yeah, looks like he did. He'll be thinking that Joe might have had the missed hearts.
Yeah.
Maybe a 9-10 sort of hand.
Yeah, well played from Joe, picking up a nice one, identifying that leading is the preferred option over checking and hoping Michael bluffs or bets a jack for value or something like that, and gets the max value. So Joe now our clear chip leader, and Michael down to our not clear short stack, but definitely shortest.
Next hands.
It's only been three-handed for a little while now, but it's been really entertaining battle between the three of them.
Yeah, there's honestly not much better than heads up or three-handed poker, just because ranges are so wide. You see a lot of lighter calls and a lot of more bluffs. So yeah, it's very fun, and interesting to see what Jen decides to do with this hand. I'd assume she wants to go with call.
Got a bit of noise going on in the room here.
Yeah, it's getting rowdy.
Yeah, it's the time of night.
As tournaments do this deep.
Yeah. Yeah, there's plenty going on.
This is quite a bad flop for both players. Joe taking the aggressive action, and Jen with a not bad hand pre-flop. Her hand's kind of decimated now. It does have the 5 of clubs working for her, but yeah, unfortunate. She's probably gonna have to just check fold this one, I would say, even with the club. But yeah, can't do a lot, I think.
Another one of those hands where the aggressor
is
likely to take that down, and that's exactly what we see.
Yeah, Craig, there's a big rail forming now. There's a couple of beloved legends, and probably will get quite rowdy over the next, I would say, hour or so, depending on how long it goes for. But as we can see, they're quite deep. Still about 125 big blinds in play, roughly. So this one could go for a while.
Of course, we'll be back tomorrow with coverage of day 2 of the 25K. We'll just have to let you know, keep your eyes on Poker Media Australia. We'll confirm exactly what time coverage will be beginning tomorrow afternoon. We'll update you in the morning on that. Check out the Poker Media Australia Facebook page and we'll provide you with all the details. As Jen picks up a very nice looking ace queen off.
Yeah, she probably was hoping that Joe would raise there so she can whack it, but obviously still happy to take this one post with a hand as strong as ace queen, and both players flopping a little something.
Yeah, that'll certainly be enough to keep them both interested.
Yeah, always good for Joe just having that spade as well. So he can, now start bluffing a little bit more just because he knows he can pick up some additional equity on the turn. But this is a hand where you can either go for a bet, or if you think your opponent's overly aggressive and can blow you off your hand, maybe you just want to check back. But he does go with bet, and he does bet half pot, so 1.8 million into a pot of 3.6 million. And I think Jen can't fold, obviously, to this bet. Obviously, we can see that she's actually ahead, but it's not a great board for her exact hand, although she does have 2 overs and a gut shot. But there's a lot of turns that are going to make her life hell. Wow. She's so sick.
I mean, she's shown no fear whatsoever over the past 30 minutes or so, has she?
Yeah, so this is what I was saying is, Joe, with a hand like this, we have a bunch of equity, but do we really want to bet fold this one against an aggressive opponent? I would say maybe not if we think Jen's overdoing it, but maybe he thinks that Jen's underdoing it and maybe just believed her. But another well-played hand from Jen, and she's going to be my pick to win this one. I think she's just really locked in here, and sometimes it just happens where everything you do works out, and there's a little bit of luck and a little bit of skill. It's a bit of a mix, and when it's your day, and everything she's doing working out. Every time she's bluffing, it's getting through, and obviously she's very solid, so she knows exactly what she's doing, and just has to not run into it.
Comment from Sam Morrison in the chat. Yes, WSOP, well, no, actually not WSOP main event, but Aussie Millions main event, 1A at midday tomorrow. We will be doing coverage of the 25K. We'll certainly keep you updated on everything that's happening in the main event.
So Joe's limped a small blind here with the King 3. King 3 of hearts, and Michael isolating with the King 2 offsuit. Joe's going to come along with call, which is quite standard BVB. Michael's made of the size that feels priced in enough to call. So a King high board would be a bit of a disaster. But this is a very interesting flop. So we do see Joe flop the nut flush draw and a pair, and has an 82% equity to win this hand. Michael with the betting lead has a 2 for a gut shot, and he's just snap bet, I believe, 3 million. So Joe's needs to work out here. Does he want to just let Michael bluff it off and come with call, or does he want to put in the raise straight away? I think you really could go either way here. I think it depends on if you think your opponent's going to overbluff what you do. I do believe that the graphics are wrong on this exact hand. I think there was 2 hearts on the flop, so ignore that one, unless I'm mistaken. But to my knowledge, Joe does have nut flush draw and a pair, and he does come with raise straight away. I think Mike wouldn't just let this one go quite easily, unless he really thinks his opponent's full of it. Does come with call. Yep, so as I was saying, there is 2 hearts on the board, so this gets a little bit gross now for Joe, because our opponent has 16 million chips in a 22 million chip pot. He's never going to fold an ace. But, can we get him to fold a 4 if we go all in here, or if we bet small and then bet small again on river? So yeah, he does check. And Michael's going to need to decide if he wants to turn his hand into a bluff, or does he think that Joe may have a hand like 5-6 or 9-5 or something like that he's ahead of.
Right, if MT does, well, he checks it down, so it's a moot point. So Joe with the check mark. Let's see how he plays this.
Yeah, I don't see a heap of merit to betting. I don't think we're going to get an ace to fold to any size unless he's got a specific read. So now Michael, and he just snap bets, I believe, 10 million.
I love how quickly he did that.
Yeah, no thought. I'd be scared playing someone like that just is so sure of what he's doing. and he's pretty much gone all in. He has left 6 million behind, but as we know, 6 million at this stage of the tournament is not a lot. Good for just about 5 big blinds, so this is going to be a tough call. If Joe can find it, it's going to be a really tough call. And if he does make this call, it's not over, but we're basically out.
Made the call.
Wow. Well done. He has to identify that his opponent has called the flop with a bluff, like a hand that he's going to then turn into a bluff, so a non-made hand. Having hearts meaning his opponent can't really have hearts, so it has to be a hand like a 2 or a 5, and he's just found it. That's it's an amazing call, and sometimes I don't think they get enough credit for how good they play because you can see the cards, but that is just such an insanely good call.
Well, I mean, I think the first thing there is he's pretty much discounted the ace from MT's hands, so then it is a matter of, so if he doesn't have the ace, what's he representing with that river bet?
Yeah. The thing is, MT can have an ace as played. You know, he isolated pre-flop, he bet the flop, and then called a check raise, check back the turn. So maybe that's maybe that's the inflection point for Joe to discard that ace-X. But, you know, there are some weak aces that do want to check back that turn and potentially pick off a bluff. So, I mean, Joe's played that to perfection and got the result he wanted. So, unlucky for MT there, but it's going to be very likely heads up quite soon unless MT can find a miracle and find a couple of doubles. I don't think they're deep enough yet, but there's a bit of an advanced poker thing where if one player goes all in, so say MT goes all in, Jen calls and Joe calls, and not that it's collusion, but they basically just check down because they know it's more likely that one of them will bust him, and then that means they both get the pay jump. So it's a very common thing that occurs in these spots, but as we see with the 7-2 offsuit, MT does not take his spot, and he is just praying now that one of these people bust in the next 10 minutes.
That would certainly be a massive win for MT if that were to happen.
$100,000 pay jump if you can somehow find a miracle there.
Well, we've seen it before. It's happened.
This one's going to be hard to analyse for us, Ben, because we can't see the cards.
Well, that's why we get paid the big bucks.
Yep. Yeah, so I'm going to assume that Joe doesn't have a king here a lot of the time. Does come with a small bet, looks like 2.4 million or something in that vicinity, 1.8, a little bit smaller. And Joe with 72 million chips. Besides Cale overtaking him for a little bit there, he was pretty much the table captain for most of the day.
He was the captain for a long time, and he had a huge VPIP early on. He was playing something like over 70% of the hands for a while there early on today.
Yeah. Just applying max pressure is the big stack. He's obviously quite familiar with these spots and quite studied, so I'm sure he knows what he's doing. And this is a spot that Joe can apply a lot of pressure, depending on his hand. Obviously, you know, not going to go all in or anything like that, but understanding that Jen knows that Michael's almost guaranteed about to bust, so she doesn't really want to be put in a spot where she's going to be bluffing or putting in some chips. So on cue, does go massive. And I really wish we could see these two hands here, because this is a tournament-changing pot. So she's probably thinking here, you know, Joe's checked back the flop, bet turn small, and then gone huge on the river. What's he representing here? So she's asking herself, does he have flush draws that check back the flop? If the answer's no, then is he checking back a king? This sizing is you know, probably king X or better. Unless he's going really thin. I don't think he has a full house as played. I mean, unless he's got specifically king 10 or something like that, that's just like absolutely smashed it on the flop and just wants to trap a little bit. But I kind of, yeah, I don't know. I can't see the cards, so this is a genuine test. I genuinely would get curious if I'm Jen here, but she does lay it down. And unfortunately, we won't get to see the reveal in that one. But we can see the chip counts. And Joe has 77 million chips in play. Jennifer, our second stack, with 33 million, and Michael with the 5 million chips. Still in it.
Yeah, so just putting a bit of a space between himself and Jen now is Joe.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we'll get to see it because it depends on the hands, but you'll get to see a lot of cool stuff here if Michael empties out of the hand. Joe can basically just go all in on Jen, not with any two obviously, but with a lot of hands, because Jen basically has no incentive to call because, you know, let's just say she's got ace queen offsuit. Does she really want to go put it in and risk a $100,000 pay jump? No, I would say.
So MT's.
How much is this?
Yeah, this one's going to go through.
Chips in.
Queen 4 offsuit, obviously just a little bit too weak, I would say.
200,000.
It is only 5 big blinds, 4.5 big blinds, but yeah, if that was suited, I would probably say that goes in, just being the chip leader and being able to make it work.
Another one of those spots where he must have been very close to being priced in there with any two.
Yeah, if it's under 3 big blinds, I'm thinking he's just going to put in any two, just because the price is so good. Already investing a big blind and a big blind ante. So when it gets to like 4.5, we can start folding some of those, you know, the junkiest hands, you know, Queen 4 offsuit, Jack 3 offsuit, you know, 6 3 offsuit, stuff like that. But a hand like 6 5 offsuit probably makes it a quite easy call, just because of how connected it is and how well it performs against a hand like ace king, ace queen and stuff like that. And the price we're getting is just so good. I think if Joe thinks that MT's overfolding, he'll just stick this one in. Obviously, MT only having 6.8 big blinds, and this is going to be a pretty easy call for MT, and we're gonna see a race. Surprisingly, Joe only with 34% equity, but MT's going to need to hold this one 2/3 of the time to stay in the tournament.
7 in the window, and now Joe is 74% favourite to eliminate MT in third. And that's going to do it.
Wow. GG MT.
On the turn.
Very well played all day from Michael. I thought he picked his spots quite well and had no fear in a lot of spots, and takes home $188,000 in his third place finish. So we're going to go heads up. Joe versus Jen. And wow.
There we go. Just down to our final two. We're going to have a 20-minute break before we go to heads up. So we might just step away for a bit, and we'll be back with you in about 20 minutes from now to play down to our winner.
Do you want to have a break? Is that all right? Yeah. Let's have a break.
Earned by pushing forwards through the setbacks and the wins, all for an opportunity that others might miss. Two worlds driven by performance, guided by data, insights, and feel. It's never just a move, it's a mindset. Because better never settles.
Welcome back to the Aussie Millions Poker Championship presented by CrownBet. This is event number 8, the 5K Challenge. Just before we stepped away, we saw MT bust in 3rd place, so we're now heads up. We're heads up between Joe Antar and Jen Cassell. Joe with a pretty commanding chip lead, 83.5 million, up against Jen's 32.4. Joe's been very impressive all day today. He's been highly aggressive, highly involved, played a lot of hands, hasn't shied away at any point. But Jen has battled away as well, just showing her real class. She's been a incredible performer on the Australian circuit over the past few years. And this is absolutely going to be for both players, no matter what happens from here, certainly their biggest score.
Yeah, you may as well.
For both of them in their careers. So an amazing achievement. Jackson, what are you expecting from this heads-up battle?
Yeah, as we know with heads up, this can be over in one hand or it could take a couple of hours. It really just depends on the deck and how it swings. But I'm expecting 2 really competent players to go battle and make some good decisions and put us in for a bit of a show. So hopefully everyone at home can enjoy it. It is late, obviously, hitting around 1 a.m. I feel like, but yeah, heads up's the most pure form of poker, isn't it? There's you and one other person, and you've got random 2 cards, and there's a lot of limping, so there's a lot of pots, and yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. I think hopefully Jen can tie the score back in terms of the big blind deficit, and then we can have a real battle. But until then, we're going to see Joe put on a lot of pressure and try to take this one down.
So we're going to see a lot of these pots where either both players have not a lot or just a little piece of the board. That's how you navigate those tricky spots.
Yeah, no real reason for Joe to bet his hand. He obviously has some showdown value. Jen could maybe think about doing something on rivers depending on the runouts, but the dealer or the small blind is going to have all the strong hands a lot of the time, just because he's going to be limping a lot of his range that he wants to play. So just because he limps doesn't necessarily mean he has a bad hand. That's a strategy that a lot of professionals use, is they limp in with weak and strong hands and raise some of the medium type hands. So we'll see what kind of strategy that they both use moving forward. Jen does decide to bluff, having just 3 high, and just goes quite big.
6-7 bets 3 million.
Betting 3 million to 3.6 million, and not a comfortable spot for Joe. I think he probably recognises that Jen would have bet a flush at some point. So may want to hero this one down if he feels like something's off.
He has made the call.
Pretty quick call there from Joe and sees the good news. So Jen now down a little bit less than what she had, but relatively small pot in the scheme of things.
Certainly a pretty big rail come in for this heads-up battle. No surprise, really, but
yeah, Jen's got a lot of friends and that are here watching, and it's going to be a big celebration if she can take this one down, I think. But I mean, Joe's just so calm and collected in these spots. I've seen, I've done a few streams over the last few months, and I feel like he's been the player that's been on most of them out of any player. So he's going to be very comfortable in this situation. And it does help when your opponent only has 20 big blinds, because it becomes a little bit easier. Once it blows out to 40 or 50 big blinds, it gets quite nuanced. The strategy changes and everything becomes a little bit harder. So we'll see how this one proceeds. To see Jen's strategy, this is a hand that you can raise. This is a hand you can limp. She does actually announce raise, so looks like she does have a raising range, which some people do like to have, off about 20 to 25 big blinds. And getting your opponent to fold some of these super weak hands, but he's kind of priced in with majority of his range, so not going to see many folds in this heads up at all.
we talk about the importance of ranges. I mean, can you explain to the the audience who, it's like they hear it talk about ranges, they might understand a little bit, but what goes into establishing ranges in certain spots?
Yeah, so when it's for example, to simplify it, when it's a 9-handed game, which is obviously the most of the tournaments or cash games that you would play, when you're under the gun, so the first position to act, you want to be the tightest, and the reason why you want to be the tightest is because there's 8 people left to act behind you, so, just because you have a hand, that doesn't mean 8 other people can't have a better hand than you. So if it folds to you, say, on the button, then it makes your life a lot easier knowing that there's only 2 people behind you that can have a hand if it folds to you. So you can be a lot looser when you're later position, and this is the crux of it. When there's only 2 people in the tournament left, that's when you're the loosest, because it's blind v blind and that. So in terms of when I was talking about ranges and her potential strategy with limping and raising, she's going to want to limp her best hands a lot of the time. So hands like pocket aces is going to, off 20 usually, can raise sometimes if she thinks that Joe's going to call a lot, but also can limp a lot and hopefully induce a raise from her opponent. And then she wants to raise a lot of her junky hands, so hands that are very happy to raise and then fold. So she probably doesn't want to raise a hand like, for example, Jack 8 suited or Jack 7 suited, because if those hands are very happy to play post flop. So she wants to raise her junky hands like, Queen 4 offsuit, Jack 5 offsuit, stuff like that, that if it gets jammed on, she can just quite easily fold. And she does like to check back the ace-7 of diamond, ace of hearts 7 of diamonds. A couple of 7s would be a treat for Jen.
C7
She has got the, she's got the best hand, but she also has the ace of hearts here.
Yeah, it always helps when, let's say Joe starts the bluff on this one. I don't think he will, but it just makes life a little bit easier. Ace high is obviously good quite a bit, but having that ace of hearts there just gives you a little bit more security that you can pick up some equity on future streets. As Joe now does pick up a gut shot to a 5, can also win with an 8. This is maybe a hand that we want to start bluffing now. Obviously 8 high has got no showdown value, and Jen hasn't shown any aggression yet, so I would expect a bet here, as it looks like Joe is cutting out some red chips
C2 bets 1.5
and goes for a very, very small bet of 1.5 million.
3. We say 1.5, yeah.
And Jen is not going anywhere, obviously, with this hand.
Call.
Doesn't change anything.
C7.
Yeah, it just makes Jen's calling down a lot easier if Joe does elect to bet. This is a hand where, me personally, if I had a 4 or a 2, for example, I'd be pretty happy betting this one for value. For a small size, or even a medium size, I don't know if he's going to get a hand like ace high to fold unless he goes quite big. So I think if he wants to target a fold from ace high, he's going to have to bet like 10 million or something like that, something absurdly big. But does probably realise that on that paired board that Jen's not going to be folding any sort of showdown value there. Even king high might be curious.
Another double up. One more and it's done.
So Jen clawing away back a little bit now. It's about 2.3 to 1 in Joe's favour. And look at that trophy. What a beautiful trophy that is.
Yes. Nice on the mantelpiece.
Would be good to add to the trophy cabinet. I need to build one first. Don't have enough to justify a cabinet.
You can only dream. I mean, it's only going to take, a couple of hands. If Jen is to, put a couple of hands back to back, then
yeah,
the dynamics change.
And because what I was saying before, how ranges are so wide, if Jen had a hand like pocket 6s and Joe had a hand like ace 10 suited, even though those hands aren't anything amazing, you're going to see those go all in quite a bunch. So it doesn't take a lot for the pendulum to swing, and that's why heads up can be one hand or it can be hours, because it really just depends on the deck and how everything plays out. So
We're at lot there for Joe.
Yeah, this is definitely a hand you want to start betting now. 7 high, no showdown. And you're going to see on this heads-up battle that there's going to be so much bluffing because it really brings out the truth of how hard it is to make a pair in poker. And then sometimes you feel like you're just so card dead because you can't hit a pair when you're playing, but it's just the reality of it. It's so hard to make a pair, and that's why heads up there's going to be a lot of bluffing with very marginal holdings. And Joe goes polar here, betting 4 million into a pot of 3.6 million, and Jen's going to make a pretty easy laydown with not much of a hand. So well played from Joe. Obviously helps when you've got the world, but does decide to go polar there, which is quite nice. A lot of support in the comments for Jennifer. I think she's the fan favourite of the day, besides maybe Kale. Those two definitely been the most talked about and requested. As Craig says, he's seen Jen's trophy cabinet. I'm sure it would be quite nice. I think she could probably get some room in to put this one in if she can get it. It's quite a nice trophy.
Yeah, this one might take pride of place.
Yeah, they might go on top, like the star on a Christmas tree. It's a pretty big tournament to win and such a nice trophy to go along with it. So hopefully she can get it done, but obviously Joe's going to do everything he can to stop that.
C2 call, C7 option. C7 check.
10-7. Quite a pretty looking hand.
Yeah, definitely not one you want to raise, and then if you get jammed on, have to fold. This one plays very well post.
C7 check.
You can just easily continue or easily fold on a lot of streets. I'm sure Craig can spot that laugh in the background there. I'm sure he knows that one from across the room. As Joe does scoop a small pot, extending his chip lead now nearly 3-1. So Joe's going to feel quite comfortable here.
Yeah, he's just going about his business calmly. Knows what he's doing.
Yeah, sometimes you can really just grind your opponent down and get her to, say 20 big blinds or 18 big blinds, and see if they can get an all-in situation and take it down. But I mean, Jen's all Jenny's is one flip away from being the chip leader, so it's never out.
Yeah, and Jen's not going to go quietly either. She's certainly not going to go meekly, that's for sure. She's not going to be a pushover.
No. And we'll see if Jen's strategy has changed now. So she did raise the Queen 4 offsuit before. Now goes with limp. So I'm not sure exactly her thought process in changing her strategy. Maybe she's just mixing, which would be totally fair. Wanting to play a little bit hard to play against, having some hands that sometimes you'd raise, sometimes you'd call. Totally fine in this spot. And I think Joe's deciding what size to go.
4.2. C2 raised to 4.2 million. C7.
Does go for 4.2 million, which is 3.5 big blinds. And Jen can't continue here with the call, that's for sure.
No, she's hasn't got much to play with there. It's Joe's got a real hand. Thinking about it.
Yeah, okay.
Why not?
Yeah, it's quite a speculative hand, I think. You are getting a price in these BVB spots, and she's in position, but it is going to be hard to navigate this hand post, but she knows what she's doing. And when you flop a pair like that, it does make your life a little bit easier, so...
That's exactly what Jen had planned out, is
the
2-4-8 flop.
Yep. So I think Joe's thinking... I think a lot of her ace-X would jam pre. So King X is probably still good enough to bet for value here, as funny as that sounds probably, but he also has some stuff working for him. 2 overcards, backdoor flush draw, the betting lead, which is important obviously as well. So I think Jen's going to want to proceed here with a call. Maybe raise some of her 8x.
Seat 7 call.
And does come with call, so Joe's going to need a heart, a king, or a jack to probably keep barreling this. This is not a good card for Joe at all. Jen can have 2x in range for sure. Some suited 2x. Not a heap, but probably more than Joe, I would say.
Of course, with the 2 on the turn, Jen's never folding any pair.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get her to fold this, and I think she definitely doesn't want to bet this and have to fold, so she's probably thinking, if I bet it, do I think Joe's capable of bluff raising me off this hand, or do I want to just check this one back and realise my equity and see if Joe wants to try and make a play on the river and I can pick him off with a bluff catch. I think as played, Joe probably realised he doesn't have a heap of showdown equity, showdown value, but wouldn't be shocked to see him check this one and just giving it up. This board kind of smashes Jen's range, and he's not really, once Jen calls the flop, there's not a lot he beats. The 6 is now not a good card because Jen could have some 6-7, some 5-6 and stuff like that as well that ain't going to fold, so Jen's scooping scooping an extra 8 million into her stack and now up to 38 million, so just closing that gap just so slightly.
Let's go. Another double up.
Wait, how many double ups is that now? Like 5?
Yeah, we're almost there.
Craig Abernethy. Looks like he's going to be heading down this week. Be good to see Craig.
Yeah, very excited for the fantasy that's coming up. Hopefully can register a team and get in the mix. So quite excited for that one. I'm sure Min will have a team again and can hopefully join that one. That was quite fun last year.
Line's currently at 600,000, 1.2 million. 1.2 million at big blind ante.
So now Jen's got over 30 big blinds, so the strategy just does change a little bit. So when you're about 20 big blinds or sub 20 big blinds, you want to play a lot of limps because your opponent can raise and jam over the top. But when you have 30, it becomes a little bit different. Your opponent isn't going to jam 30 a lot, so raising becomes a lot more preferred in these situations, and even a hand as weak as 10-3 offsuit is going to proceed as a call just to the size, getting such a good price. Shout out Trav in the comments. Love your work, mate.
Seat 7 checks.
This is a pretty clean flop for Joe. Only one overcard, no picture cards, which is good. I would be expecting a bet here at quite a high frequency.
So if Joe bets here, is he betting for value? Is he betting for protection? A bit of both?
Yeah, a bit of both. Obviously for value. We obviously are only really behind an 8, and we are ahead of so much of Jen's range, but obviously do want to protect as well. We wanted to get to fold a hand like, Jack 10 or something like that has, or like, Queen 10 or something like that has 2 overcards that makes it kind of grim for us to play. So nice value bet there from Joe. Definitely getting a little bit of protection there.
Win the big ones, lose the small ones.
And they're playing for 482,000 now, but it is almost a $200,000 pay jump from first to second. So this is definitely the biggest pinnacle of the tournament, and such a dicey spot for both players. And you really do have to run well in these heads-up scenarios, because it can just be one hand and one flip that's going to cost you $200,000 and a gorgeous trophy. So both players are going to be playing well, that's for sure, but we'll see who can run better and who can maybe make a big read in a big spot very, very soon.
Very nice looking starting hand there for Jen.
C7 raised to 2.6 million.
Yeah, hopefully for her sake doesn't get jammed on. This is such a pretty hand, but probably not good enough for 30 big blinds, as Joe's going to come with call, I would presume. So Joe actually ahead here, but
C2
Jen
call.
with position and a very playable hand is going to be really realizing her equity a lot more in this hand.
C2 check. C7 check or bet.
This is an interesting one for Jen. Obviously, the big blind's got a lot of stuff here. 2 pairs straights and that, but does like to check back, which I quite like.
C2 check or bet.
And Jack on the turn now, so Jen picked up a gut shot. Also, still has an overcard and 2 overs to the 8. So interesting to see what she does if she wants to start turning her hand into a bluff now, trying to get Joe to fold at a 6 or a 5 by the river. I do think she may have to bluff this at some point, and it's potentially a good time to start. Having a lot of equity too, even against
C7 checks.
the 5, she's still got 23% equity, but does like to check back here and
Look at that.
does drill it. So unfortunately not going to get played out a bunch. Joe has a 5, so not a heap. But Jen going to scoop another small one most likely, unless she misreads her hand or something in that vicinity.
C2 check.
Yeah, I mean, a lot beats Joe's 5 there.
See what size she comes with. She's probably going to try target some 2 pairs now, so hopefully Joe backed into like a 6-9 or a 5-9 suited or something along those lines. So she might go quite big. She does go quite chunky.
C7 that's 5 million.
5 million to 6.4 million, so pretty polar bet here saying that she's got the nuts or, like maybe 2 pair plus or a bluff. Obviously we can see that she does have the nuts, so
5 million.
Joe's going to get curious with a 5, but it's hard to imagine he beats anything on this board. Obviously a 7 is also a straight, so he's going to ponder over it using a time bank. Her bluffs would have to be something like, don't even know. It's very hard to find a bluff here, to be honest.
C2 call.
He does call. Wow.
Straight.
Gets shown the bad news there. And Jen takes down another big pot, so clawing her way back does Jen.
Yep, she's back to 36 big blinds. So that's when Joe was hoping to stretch that gap and close it out. Jen's making the comeback.
Yeah, it was about 3-1 chip lead before, and now it's not even 2-1. So Jen's almost won every single pot since we started commentating after the break, and sometimes that's how it goes. Obviously, 6 hands isn't a lot for Joe, and it's got the wrong end of the stick on those ones, but everything's been going right for Jen so far, and she's going to be looking to tie this one up as quickly as possible.
As you said earlier, it can just take one big hand or one big mistake, one big clash can be the difference in these spots.
Yeah, and we haven't even seen for a while any of these players, get picked off using a bluff. So I feel like everything's been quite standard. We haven't seen any crazy bluffs. I don't think that I can remember all day. So that's all it takes. Maybe Joe picks up ace-4 suited and Jen just has pocket queens and Joe just 4-bet jams it or something like that, and that swings the tournament. But at the moment, everything's been quite standard. So if Jen's calling this hand, she's pretty much never folding any hand to this size. So, which is totally fine BVB for 2x a 2x size, and does find a very nice flop for what she thinks, but Joe's actually outflopped her here.
Both players will like what they see there. Of course, Jen has plenty of outs as well.
Does go check, check, and 8 of clubs rolls off on the turn.
7, check off.
I think both players don't really want to bet their hands here. It'd be a disaster if either of them bet and got raised. And yes, it is top pair, but it's very, very weak and vulnerable. Jen has a little bit more incentive to bet just because of having that 2. So she can have a couple more straights here, but she has gone massive.
C7, that's 4.2 million.
4.2 million into 6 million. It's not massive, but it's quite a big bet in the scheme of it. We've been seeing a lot of small bets in this game so far, so I wonder if she does follow up on the river. I would say Joe's not going to be folding to 1 bet, that's for sure, as he does come with call.
C2 call.
And the 7 of hearts rolls off on the river, so Jen's going to be wondering, does she need to bluff this one? Does she think that her opponent has a better hand than a 5? Or does my opponent have a stronger 5 or a straight? This one could go either way. Very interested to see what she comes with. It does go check, checks, and Joe scoops a quite nicely sized pot back his way.
Jen just slips back under 30 big blinds, back down to 29. A little bit back and forth here, heads up. The end of this level, blinds will go up to 800k, 1.6 million, with a 1.6 million big blind ante. Playing for $482,405 first prize, and runner-up gets a not too shabby $290,280 as well. But also for the winner, that shiny trophy sitting on the table, and the glory of saying, I won the 5k challenge at the Aussie Millions.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much that's worth, but it's worth a lot. I don't know if I could put a dollar figure on it, but if it was me in this situation and I was offered X amount of dollars, I think I would take it if that was a hypothetical scenario, just because having that trophy is just, you know, it's like winning a bracelet or, you know, winning the World Series main event. Obviously the money's amazing, but your name's in glory for eternity, so can't really put a price on that one, I would say.
So it's interesting to see, after all the commotion we've had in this room all day, just most of the room is empty now. Of course, it's almost 1:30 a.m. But just obviously down at where the feature table is, we've got the rail. Got probably a couple of dozen people on the rail watching the action.
I think it's all Jen rail, to be honest with you. I think everyone's there for Jen.
There's certainly quite a few. Watching intently.
C7 checks, C2 check off it.
Jen coming with the big 8-2. Picking bottom pair.
Yeah, not a lot going for either player here. Obviously Jen with the bottom pair and a backdoor flush draw, which is something. So she's definitely not going to be folding this one. That's for sure on the flop.
C7 calls. bets. Check or bet.
So Joe picking up what is now top pair on the turn.
But still the open ender for Jen.
Yeah, so Joe's working out if he wants to bet this one for value.
Bet 6.5 million.
But it is really gross if you get raised here now, so
6.5 million.
Jen's probably gonna proceed here with the pair and the open ender. Although Joe has bet quite big, so she's not going to be loving this spot, I would say. Does make the call. And Jen's going to be hoping to catch one of the 13 outs on the river.
It really hasn't been a good day for having 1,000 outs, has it?
No.
A whole heap of hands just whiff the river.
And Joe just quickly checks this one back as he realises that his value's probably run out. Doesn't really want to get blown off his equity if Jen does decide to run a bluff here, so Jen does now dip under 20 big blinds. But Joe now almost at 100 million chips, so it goes to show you how many players entered this tournament, and there's that many chips in play. I think starting stack was, yeah, I'm not sure exactly. There's a lot of chips in play now, so Jen obviously with 20 big blinds now, not going to be defeated. One double up and she's got a huge chance to win this one, but does need to find it sometime soon. As in heads up play BVB, 20 big blinds is not a heap.
464 runners in this event. Continues on our record-breaking streak that we've had over the first week of the 2026 Aussie Millions.
So Jen's actually playing a race strategy now with 20 big blinds, so I'm not sure an exact hand right now. But a lot of players do play a limp-only strategy with sub 20 big blinds. But it looks like Jen does have some raises in her repertoire. So I would assume this is quite a good hand or quite a junky hand, as we do see the ace 10-7. Which is quite good for the story she's telling.
Joe with the gut shot.
C7 bets 2.5 million. C2.
So Joe needs to work out if he wants to continue with a hand as weak as a gut shot here. No backdoor flushes. Obviously having no overcards to the board becomes real dicey. Does pick up a pair now, but the 3 flush does come in, so can be dead now if Jen turned a flush. Trav saying maybe you want to check raise his hand. Interesting. Trav's a very studied player, so he's probably right. It is a very bad draw. However, I thought this may potentially just be a fold, just because of the board and not being able to really pick up anything on the turn. But Joe goes for a block. Lead blocks the turn. 10% pot roughly, which is something that about 15% pot, which is something that people do. And
what's he thinking when he's leading out? He's obviously, he's not betting his 6 for value, that's for sure.
Yeah, so it's a weird one because Jen can have all the strong hands. She's done nothing but show strength this hand, but maybe realizing that she can have a few more flushes. He can have a few more flushes than Jen here. Has all the 8-9 as well for some straights. Can have those, can have sets and stuff potentially in his range. Also, it's just kind of a nice way to get a hand like a 8-6 and not get blown off your equity if he does face a big bet on the turn. So. See what Jen does here. Does she think that Joe's block's super weak once he checks on the river? Does she want to turn her hand into a bluff, or is she betting for value? Obviously we don't know, but
4 million. 4 million to call.
she does elect with bet. And I'm gonna assume he's gonna fold this one. This would be an absurdly good call if he can call in his right, but without knowing what Jen has, this feels very, very light, and that he's not really beating anything. Obviously, fifth pair, losing to flushes as well as straights, and he does lay that one down.
See 2 folds.
Yeah, once Jen calls that turn lead, it's going to be a little bit scary for Joe. So really we're not too dissimilar to what we started this heads-up battle with. It's pretty much right where we were.
Yeah, it was close to 3-1 at the start, and now it's back almost 3-1, so...
Just that back and forth battle. No particularly big hands, just probing.
Yeah.
Here and there.
And this is the issue with heads up, is that sometimes there's just the cards don't come their way, and it is what it is, and that's why the best of the best sometimes get shown on heads up, because you got to be creative with how you play your hands, and you can't just win by hitting the nuts every hand, and you got to find ways to make it work and win the small ones. So, question in the YouTube chat, I know it's for Trav, but I'll do my best to answer it. Do better draws, such as combo draws or open-enders, prefer to just call, preserve equity, and worse draws benefit from fold equity, prefer check raise? So, yes and no. I think combo draws, like straight flush draws, you're happy to run the equity a little bit. Happy to run the equity a little bit there and go with it. But the really, really junky draws, like the garbage gut shots, they want to check raise a little bit more, just because they don't really want to continue with the call. And check raising, they can kind of check raise and give up if their opponent continues. So, but when you have like a flush draw, like let's say a king high flush draw, that's one of those ones where you're happy to probably just call it, or just like a plain open ender, because now, yeah, you have some equity, but you don't have a ton. So calling them's better. You don't really want to raise them and then get jammed on, have to fold something like an open ender on the flop, because you're probably 30% against whatever they have, right? So you'd rather pick a gut shot that hasn't got a lot of properties and can improve in any other way, such as overcards and stuff like that.
C7, that's 2 million. C2.
So once again, Jen's hand is unknown, but she does isolate pre-flop and has continuation bet. And Joe, with not much, just queen high, probably going to let this one go. Maybe thinks that he's still ahead of the junky stuff, like, Jack 5 offsuit and stuff like that, but it's pretty hard to continue on future streets, so it does let that one go, and we won't know what Jen has, but does win a small one back Jen's way, which is great. Now sitting at 30 big blinds, so that 3-1 chip lead has now shrunk almost to 2-1. So it does swing, these small pots do matter. As you can see, the rail getting bigger and bigger. People in the main room sort of understanding the magnitude of this tournament and what's at stake. Obviously, the trophy, but as we mentioned, $482,000. So I think there's potentially a quite a small issue on Jen Cassell's RFID reader, as we haven't been able to see her cards for a little bit.
C2 check.
But she does limp in from the button/small blind, and Joe checks back the Jack-8 offsuit from the big blind.
C2 check.
So Joe flopping the open ender. And this is probably one of those ones we were talking about before where you don't really want to check raise that one. You'd rather call that one if Jen wants to bet, just because there are a lot of bad turns and we have a lot of equity and we don't want to get blown off our hand. In a huge bloated pot, but let's go check, and now Joe on the turn wants to work out if he wants to start barreling this one, but doesn't look like he's wanting to. He's probably happy to just check call this one, hoping he can drill one of his outs. But doesn't look like Jen have too strong of a hand. Unfortunately, we can't see.
Yeah, we'll look to get those issues with the readers cleared up by tomorrow. Mentioned earlier, we're not exactly sure what time we'll be starting the stream tomorrow afternoon, as early as possible. I believe the 25k day 2 starts at a little bit after 2 p.m. So we'll be looking to get our stream up as close to 2 p.m. as possible. Keeping in mind that we're on a 30-minute delay, so possibly closer to 3 p.m. But certainly we'll be covering all the action deep into the night tomorrow night. And of course there will be a day 3 for the 25k, so we won't be playing down to a winner tomorrow. We'll be coming back on Tuesday. And Jackson, hopefully you get some rest tonight, because I know you're playing the main event tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not going to register from the opening level, so no stress. I will be able to rest up and not completely be drained, but I'm very excited to jump in quite early, to be honest. So I might just skip the first level or something along those lines and then jump in at around 2 p.m. as well. So might see you when we walk in similar times.
It's the beauty of this structure, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's great. You know you're committing yourself to a long haul, but obviously when there's over $1 million for first guaranteed, I mean not guaranteed, but there's definitely going to be that many players involved. It's a no-brainer to play for as long as you can. I think the last year was 1.8 or 2 million that it ran, so not sure exactly how many it's going to get, but it'll probably be in that ballpark for sure.
Are you going to do the Phil Helmuth entry dressed as the Roman Emperor or something?
No. I did actually see that when I was in Vegas last year. I can't remember the exact one he did. I think it was like a boxing one or something like that.
I think he had Jungleman involved.
Yeah,
and
he's you know what? I've never met him personally, but walking past him, he's massive. He's so tall. You never see it. You never see it from the videos you see on socials. But he's a big person. He's very, very tall. But he just has this aura about him, and the way he goes about it is quite humorous at times. But obviously one of the GOATs for a reason.
Look, it's entertainment, isn't it?
It's
all about entertainment.
I mean, that's the industry, right? At the end of the day, that's why everything sells. Sport, anything. It's all about, not necessarily the best, but the most popular. And Phil Helmuth is definitely very controversial, so.
Yeah, he's a very polarising character. People either love him or hate him, but certainly there's never a dull moment with him, that's for sure.
So Jen calling here, pre-flop and then checking. On the King 3-9 with 2 hearts, quite standard. On the turn, asking the questions of Joe. Am I happy to bet here for value? Probably yes. If I get raised, am I upset? Probably yes. So hopefully, in her shoes, that she's hoping for a call. And she has gone quite big actually, so it does look like a bet of 4.5 million into 6 million. And obviously, can't see the cards, but it does make for a little bit of fun sometimes playing the mystery hand. So Joe does call. So the worst hand he's going to have here is, besides a flush draw, would be ace high. I would assume. And the 6 of diamonds does roll off on the river, so no real change there. No draws come in. The only hand that really improves is now pocket 6s, which would be quite a beat, so I would say Jen's probably pretty comfortable betting this one for value. Or checking to induce a bluff potentially as well. I don't think she's going to be folding if Joe does bet, but does win another one, Jen, so another pot going her way. And now has shrunk that deficit. It was 4-1 at one stage, and now it's less than 2-1, so she's going to be pretty happy with how she's played this final table altogether, but a heads-up battle. She's going to be quite thrilled with that.
Keep going for a bit, yeah.
Yeah, she's been up and down, but she's certainly kept fighting, and as tough as Joe's been, Jen's been just as tough, and she's ahead here in this heads-up battle. She's improved her position from when we started 20-odd minutes ago.
Yeah, and that's all you can do sometimes is, you know, not making the nuts, but winning a lot of these small pots and positioning yourself quite well.
I mean, heads up can be probably the biggest grind of all at times.
Yeah, it's brutal. As we mentioned, something this deep can take hours, so I'm not sure it's going to be too long. They are not super deep anymore. The levels have gone up.
C2 option.
And now we're getting both card readers, which is great. So we're able to now see all the cards.
C2 check.
Jen does limp in with the Jack 3 of clubs. Joe checks his option with the King 5 offsuit. As we go to a flop of Jack 7, 8 rainbow. Obviously pretty good flop for Jen.
C2 check off it.
Does flop top pair with a backdoor flush draw.
C2 checks. C7 check off it.
Probably happy to bet this one if you're Jen. Doesn't have to be all the time, but I do think a lot of the time she's going to want to bet this one.
C7 bets 2 million.
Does go for 2 million into a pot of 4.8 million, so Joe's probably going to let this one quite easily go and move on to the next hand. So the chip counts are now really getting close together, as we see it's not even a 1.5 to 1 advantage. So Jen with quite a comeback on this final table. Was 77 big blinds to 20 only maybe 20 minutes ago. And now she's grinding it back to 43 versus 30, so
C2 1.6 million to fold.
3.2.
C2 raised to 3.2 million. C7 3.2 million. C7 calls.
So Joe raising up the 4-3 offsuit from the button. Jen defending the 10-8 of clubs. As we see a flop of Jack 7-7 rainbow.
Checks. C2 check off.
Joe obviously playing his strategy of taking his worst hands and playing raises instead of limps. Obviously 4-3 offsuit classifies as one of the worst hands you'll play here. So see what he proceeds with. Going to keep telling the story and try to get a hand like this to fold, but Jen obviously ahead of a couple of hands, but mainly having a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. Definitely going to continue here. And Jen does come with call.
C7 checks. C2 check check open.
6 of clubs rolls off on the turn, and now Jen's improved her hand to a flush draw as well. So Joe might keep betting this. Obviously, got a really weak gut shot here. Identifying that Jen may have called the flop with a queen high, king high type of hand that she can now fold.
10 seconds.
But interested to see what he does here.
5, 4.
Does check it back. And a brutal river for Jen. One of the only cards that Joe can win with. And she's not going to expect it now. 3 of hearts on the river. Little did she know that 10 high was good the whole way. And Joe gets very lucky on the river, so she may want to turn her hand into a bluff now just because she only has 10 high. Figures that she has no showdown, which is totally valid.
10 seconds. 6, 7, checks.
Now Joe's got to be thinking, obviously, I've river a 3, but do I think my opponent has anything that can call me that's worse? A non-believing king high, a weak ace high that would play this way.
10 seconds.
Does elect to bet for value. Let's see what size he comes with.
C2 bets 7 million.
Bets 7 million to a pot of 12 million, which is quite a big size.
C7 folds.
And Jen does let that one go, so. Lucky river there from Joe, but I'm sure if he didn't get there, he probably would have played it very similar, would have bluffed and Jen might have folded, but obviously we knew that Jen had a lot of equity there. Any club, any 9, any 10, any 8. So a boatload of equity there, unfortunately doesn't go her way. And now Joe does extend his lead a little bit more, so almost back to 2-1 chip deficit now for Jen. As Joe does up his chip count to around 75 million chips. Shout out Laura Callie in the chat, watching from Mexico. Go Jen. Seems to be a very popular pick today. As she picks up the Jack-2 offsuit from the button. Wonder if she comes with raise or call. He's going to raise this one up to 3.2 million.
C7 raised to 3.2 million.
And Joe with a pretty easy call here, I would say, with the Queen 7 offsuit. Haven't seen a lot of bluffing in this one in terms of pre-flop. It's been a lot of post-flop action, I think, so. See how this one shakes down on the flop. Eight, 8-2-5 rainbow. Jen flopping a pair, which is obviously quite good in this situation. BVB, but neither opponent loving their hand.
C7 checks.
Turns the ace of clubs here, and once again, both players are probably pretty happy to check this one down. Joe's got a slither of showdown value, and so does Jen.
C2 checks.
Don't see any reason for Jen to be betting this one. I think she's just going to want to check this one back unless she thinks she can extract some value from maybe some gut shots or something like that. Or maybe she feels like her 2's no good. Also, when you're in position here, I do think you can bet quite frequently if you want and then just check back a lot of rivers and just sort of getting some value right now off a hand like a 3 or a 4 that can call one more street, but you're not overly comfortable with calling a bluff on the river from Joe, so I'm assuming that's what she's thinking, that she wants to bet this one and then check back. But I think Joe can let this one go. Also has a 7, which isn't great.
3, 2.
He's using a time bank, so obviously something's going through his head. Whether he wants to come with call or raise, I would assume, but the 7's really not good. You do want your opponent to have the 7. Just to have some more hands that you beat. If Jen had a hand like 7-6 or 9-7 or something like that, that Queen High is now ahead of. But does decide to let that one go, so obviously the time banks do add up, and he's probably got a whole bank, so just really thinking through his decisions. As the rail continues to increase for Jen, a lot of comments in the section, and not a lot of love for Joe in the comments, unfortunately. But he's been very, very solid all day, and apart from Kale dominating for a couple of hours there, he's been pretty much the table captain all day, and carried that into the final table and definitely into the heads-up battle against Jen. So he's going to be looking to find a spot very, very shortly and pick up a nice pot, and hopefully take this trophy home very soon, as he does wake up with aces, which is obviously a great spot to be in, heads up for almost $500,000.
Good time for me to jump back in and join you, Jack.
Yeah, and Jen does find the ace-7 offsuit, so see how she proceeds, and does elect the call.
Heads up.
Pretty clean flop there for Joe. Not a lot going for Jen, which is not that she knows that, but it's a blessing in disguise. Would have hated to see her top pair come in there or a 7. But Joe's going to be pretty happy with this one to I'd say go for 3 streets here.
I was curious if ever any thought of him checking there, understanding that Jen could very well have nothing.
Yeah, that's definitely some potential for sure. Aces doesn't need any protection because it's just there's nothing that can come that is an overcard to it. So also having the small chance of a backdoor straight draw helps. If you had a hand like pocket queens, you'd probably prefer to have that to be bet. But I think with aces, we are BBB, so very wide. Jen can have a lot of stuff there. Some straight draws, some pairs, even ace high that wants to float. Even though we do have 2 aces, it is still possible. So he's probably happy to bet this one again on the turn and just keep putting more money in the middle, putting a lot of pressure on Jen.
Just a few outs to the chop for Jen.
He's gone massive now, bet 10 million into 12 million. So really polarizing himself, saying he's got a jack or better, a good jack that is, or a complete airball bluff that has little equity. And this is a tough spot for Jen. I definitely understand why she's tanking and she does make the call. When they go polar, they're pretty much saying they've got it, or they've got a hand you're ahead of. So when she has ace-7, she's actually ahead of a lot of bluffs here. So if Joe had a hand containing a 6 or something like that, he's just going to go for it, and that is a unfortunate river card for Jennifer Castle.
Now she's feeling actually quite okay about her hand.
Yeah, if she thought she was ahead on the turn, she's probably going to think she's ahead on the river, and Joe's gone really polar on the turn to set up a pretty clean jam on the river. And I think he's going to be putting this one in.
Player 2 is all in.
And he does, so this is such a 6 spot for Jen. And she just throws all her time banks in the middle. Just understanding this is such a 6 spot, and a player of Joe's stature is definitely going to have bluffs here. What are your thoughts, Ben? It's a disaster river, isn't it?
I think Joe now knows that he's ahead and he's just hoping for a call. As soon as there's no snap call, he's feeling great.
Yeah, obviously there are some hands he loses to. Having 2 aces blocks ace-4 as well, so less likely your opponent has a straight when you hold this exact hand, but there are some two pair combinations that you lose to. But once Jen starts thinking like this, you're always ahead, and it's a really tough spot for Jen. Would not blame her at all for calling this one off.
I mean, as brilliantly as Joe has played today, I mean, it's just so nice to pick up aces. See it, she makes the call. Jen makes the call. And Joe has won the 5K challenge.
That was a really well played tournament from both players there.
Yeah, Joe was exceptional today. Just about flawless, I thought, the way he played throughout the whole day.
Yeah, navigated it really well. Even when Kale took over as chip leader, just paved his way and picked the right spots. And then when it got down to 3 or 4 handed, just really picked that aggression back up and made the right play every time. So, as you said, that was a pretty flawless result from him, and couldn't have played that one any better, I thought.
Yeah, exceptional. Great result for Joe. And look, congratulations to Jen as well. She played brilliantly today. Yeah, really entertaining final table. A lot of ups and downs, but I think Joe is very much a deserved winner.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I definitely think Jen did her best and brought her A game, but the cards didn't fall in her favour when it mattered at the end there. And very unfortunate to catch that 7 on the river. If it wasn't a 7, I think she may have been able to get away from it potentially, and we'd still be playing. So well done to both. Played really exceptionally.
All right, well, that brings us to the end of the 5K challenge. We've got a big few days coming up, so we won't sit here chatting all night. We'll go and get some rest. It's been great. Thank you all for tuning in. We will be back, as I said earlier, with the day 2 of the 25K tomorrow afternoon. Please check the Poker Media Australia Facebook page. We'll just confirm tomorrow exactly what time we'll kick off, so keep an eye on there. But we will be bringing all the action through to the close of play tomorrow. And of course, tomorrow is also the kick-off of the Aussie Millions main event. First time in 6 years, so can't wait to see that. We'll bring you plenty of updates throughout the day of how that is progressing. In the meantime, I'm Ben Blaschke, joined by Jackson Young, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Catch ya.
Progress. It's relentless. Earned by pushing forwards through the setbacks and the wins, all for an opportunity that others might miss. 2 worlds driven by performance, guided by data, insights, and feel. It's never just a move, it's a mindset. Because better never settles.
CrownBet is back in the game, built for the big moments in racing and sport, from a name you know. Bet with CrownBet today.
Chances are you're about to lose.